Chapter 29:38. Therefore, the three of them would rather die and struggle to the last moment than to leave the lightning-gathering peak. If that's the case, they would not be able to raise their heads even if they left the Tongxian mansion. This was a belief and a persistent pursuit. If one were to retreat on the path of becoming an expert, it would be as difficult as ascending the heavens. Their deaths were glorious. No one laughed at them, because it was very likely that there would be others among them who would follow in their footsteps. At the same time, another 7 people could not hold on any longer. It was normal for them to be unable to bear the pressure of the heavenly lightning. The quality of this batch of new students is not bad. Only 3 of them died. Look, those few are about to die too. I think they might not be able to hold on for 10 days. The 2 seniors stood with their arms crossed, silently watching. They had gone through the same journey. The pain they had to go through back then was imaginable. Therefore, there was no mockery in their eyes, only respect. Every cultivator who had crossed the gathering Thunder Peak was destined to be extraordinary. In the future, when they grew up, they would be quite terrifying. Gu Maolu gazed at Jiang Chen. He still had the same indifferent expression on his face. He wasn't worried that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to get through this. With his strength, even some of the seniors might not be able to defeat him. But, if he wanted to fight for first place, the difficulty would be much higher. On the 9th day, those 7 people's lives were hanging by a thread. The other 30 people were also struggling to hold on. Fu Di and Murong Yun were the same. Fu Di's strength was not top-notch. It was not surprising for him to see such a scene. On the 10th day, the 7 of them lost all signs of life. However, the rumbling of thunder never ceased. Lightning flickered, and the energy seemed to devour mountains and rivers. Murong Yun, Fu Di and the others struggled to hold on. The sun was setting. After the 2 of them had endured for 10 days, their bodies had reached their limits. Donghuang Taiji was the same. On the 10th day, Murong Yun, Donghuang Taiji, Fu Di and the others left the peak. However, they managed to hold on through the most difficult period. On the 11th day, another 50 people left the lightning-gathering peak. On the 12th day, 70 people left. The 13th day, on the 15th day, there were only 11 people left on Thunder-Gathering Peak. I can't take it anymore, Jiang Chen. However, I still want to fight you. I've already reached my limit with the baptism of heavenly lightning. Donghuang Taib shook his head and left the lightning-gathering peak. The divine puppet sex Yang Yuan's face was getting uglier and uglier. However, Jiang Chen was still calm and composed, which made him extremely depressed. Jiang Chen, one day, I will fight with you. Humph. Yang Yuan snorted coldly. His face was pale and his blood was boiling. Under the baptism of the lightning, he had reached his limit. If he stayed any longer, he would be destroyed by the lightning. Anytime. I hope you won't be as weak as you are today. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Yang Yuan was burning with rage, but Jiang Chen stood proudly without fear. You. All right. I will remember this. Jiang Chen, my only opponent in Lone Dragon County is you. After Yang Yuan left, a skinny and short young man beside him also revealed an expression of great difficulty. Clearly, he was also unable to endure any longer. Qi Transformation Sect. Zhao Wuji. Brother Jiang, I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, you're indeed worthy of your name. I'll definitely spar with you another day. Zhao Wuji said with a smile. Jiang Chen also smiled back. Now, only Jiang Chen, Yan Qingqing and 3 others were left on the lightning-gathering peak. Let me introduce myself. Fengdu County, Wang Cheng. Tan County, Qin Feng. Qiling County, Feng Yidao. Lone Dragon County, Jiang Chen. Only Yan Qingqing remained silent. However, at this moment, she was already standing proudly in front of everyone. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Gu Maolu said, what the hell 3 times. He was extremely shocked. He was not here because of Jiang Chen. At this moment, he actually saw such a beautiful lady. She looked like a fairy. Perhaps only the 2 goddesses in the entire Tongxian mansion could be compared to her. Such a goddess is really hard to find in the heavens and hard to find in the earth. Sigh. Jiang Chen, that look in his eyes. What the hell? Don't tell me they're having an affair? Gu Maolu's heart was filled with excitement. A goddess like her would definitely become the target of countless genius disciples in the profound connection divine palace. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with infatuation, making Gu Maolu beat his chest and stamp his feet. One should not bully one's brother's wife. Hopefully, they don't have a secret story. It's over, it's over, it's over, Gu Maolu murmured, because he heard Jiang Chen calling her Ching Ching. There must be something fishy going on between these two. This lady is as beautiful as a fairy. He, I wonder where you're from? Qin Feng said with a smile. His eyes were filled with covetousness. There were very few men who wouldn't be moved by Yan Qingqing's peerless beauty. Who would be like an old monk meditating in front of such a rare beauty? What does it have to do with you? Yan Qingqing said indifferently. Obviously, she did not intend to pay attention to this guy. I'm pleasantly surprised when I see that you're as pretty as a flower. That's why I want to be friends with you. I, Qin Feng, am considered one of the best in Tan County. If you don't mind, why don't we spend the night together? Among the new students in Tongxian Mansion, there aren't many who are good enough. Qin Feng shook his head and said ambiguously. His white face and elegant face gave people a feeling of being frivolous. Watch your mouth. Otherwise, I don't mind throwing you out of here. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feng coldly. Who do you think you are? Lone Dragon County's boy. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Do you think that you can do whatever you want in Tongxian Mansion just because you're popular in Lone Dragon County? This is not your remote place. If you're a dragon, you'll have to wait for me. If you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down. Do you understand? Qin Feng looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. He had already reached the late Divine King realm. Although he had just broken through recently, he was still a true late Divine King. He was fearless when facing Jiang Chen. Moreover, Qin Feng was one of the top 10 experts in the Tan County. Tan County, Chiling County and Fengdu County were all stronger than the Lone Dragon County. Therefore, Qin Feng's arrogance was natural. I'm neither a dragon nor a tiger. I'm just me. Remember my name, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. No one would have thought that he would actually start bombarding Qin Feng in the next second. His ferocious stance caused Qin Feng to be momentarily dumbfounded. He even found it a little difficult to defend. Qin Feng took a deep breath. He had never expected this guy to be so terrifying. His attacks were like a storm, catching Qin Feng off guard. Wang Cheng and Feng Yidao were slightly shocked. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen, as if she had already expected this. Getting angry for a beauty. Well done. Ha ha. Chapter 2939. Brother Mao, this is the first time I've heard of people fighting in the Lightning Gathering Peak. What should we do? A senior said in a low voice. Indeed, in the Lightning Gathering Peak assessment, almost everyone gave their all to resist the heavenly lightning baptism. Even Qin Feng, Wang Cheng and the rest were already like arrows at the end of their flight. Although they seemed to be joking on the surface, in reality, they were almost at the end of their rope. They were pushing themselves to their limits, fighting for glory. However, Jiang Chen was different. He had yet to unleash his full strength. Even at this moment, the pressure of the heavenly lightning did not force him to use his full strength to resist it. Unless the heavenly lightning was completely unleashed, only then would he be able to face it seriously. Jiang Chen attacked without any warning, shocking everyone. They were already at the end of their rope, including Qin Feng. But why was Jiang Chen still so vigorous? With Qin Feng's current strength, even a late Divine King would not be able to do anything. He had already used up too much of his divine origin energy to resist the heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen's attack was unstoppable. Bang! 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 Jiang Chen threw out 3 punches, using only 70% of his strength. Qin Feng's face was already pale as he retreated. His chest had already caved in, at least 10 of his ribs were broken. Qin Feng roared in anger. He was caught off guard by Jiang Chen's attack, but he would not give up just like that. Brat, you're courting death. Qin Feng growled. Instead of retreating, he advanced. If he remained indifferent at this moment, then he wouldn't be Qin Feng. Not only him, but Tan Juantian's face would also be ruthlessly slapped. Kill him, Brother Qin, this brat is too arrogant. Yeah, Brother Qin, we support you. Daring to go against Brother Qin, I think he must be tired of living. Sneak attack. Humph. The Tan County's people were cheering for Qin Feng. Qin Feng's blood was boiling. How can a man's pride be trampled on? Qin Feng dashed forward, but his strength was not even a tenth of his original strength. Jiang Chen sneered. This fella still has not understood his situation, and still dared to fight back. If it wasn't for the fact that he did not know the rules of Tongxian Mansion, Jiang Chen would have killed him personally. In order to not put Gu Mao Lu in a difficult situation, Jiang Chen did not kill him, but he did not show any mercy. He threw out a series of terrifying punches. Qin Feng was unable to dodge it, and he suffered another heavy injury. Blood kept flowing out from his wound, and his face was also punched twice by Jiang Chen. His face was swollen and bruised. Qin Feng was terrified. He had never thought that Jiang Chen's strength would be this terrifying. What made him afraid the most was that Jiang Chen's strength did not seem to be affected at all. This was the scariest thing. Wang Cheng and Feng Yidao looked at each other in shock. Jiang Chen's strength was too terrifying. One should know that they had stayed at Lightning Gathering Peak for more than 20 days. But Jiang Chen was still able to suppress Qin Feng so quickly. It was unbelievable. This fellow is too terrifying, Wang Cheng said solemnly. He did not dare to look down on Lone Dragon County anymore, and he did not dare to look down on Jiang Chen. I'm afraid he will become a formidable opponent in the future. Feng Yidao smiled faintly, but he was extremely cautious in his heart. This battle had left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. Jiang Chen's name would surely spread throughout the new students' area. Get lost! Jiang Chen shouted, using his powerful aura to push Qin Feng back. Qin Feng tumbled down the peak of Lightning Gathering Peak. The crowd was in an uproar. Dead silence. Brother, awesome! Gu Maolu gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. This fella was not easy to deal with, but he and Jiang Chen got along well. Isn't this fella too monstrous? Yeah, I have never seen such a powerful fella before. Don't tell me that the lightning didn't affect him? Otherwise, how could this fella be so monstrous? Qin Feng has lost all his face this time. Many people were discussing. Jiang Chen's name would be spread among the freshmen from today onwards, and Qin Feng's name would be completely lost. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and raised his head, looking at Jiang Chen. His cold gaze turned into deep hatred. He will take revenge for this sooner or later. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feng indifferently. Lang Lang said, "You only have yourself to blame." Yan Qingqing's expression was calm, as if she was not attracted by Jiang Chen at all. It's just a spar. No need to make a fuss. Calm down. Calm down. Gu Maolu said with a smile. 3 days later, Wang Cheng, Feng Yidao, and even Yan Qingqing could not take it anymore and left the Lightning Gathering Peak. From then on, Jiang Chen looked up to everyone, and he was the only one left on the Lightning Gathering Peak. At this moment, Jiang Chen struck fear into everyone's heart, because everyone else had fallen down, and he was the only one standing proudly on the peak of the mountain. Although the heavenly lightning baptism of the Lightning Gathering Peak did not mean anything, Jiang Chen's strength was undeniable. Good job, Boss Jiang. You're the pride of our Lone Dragon County. Ha! Amo Qihan said excitedly. Brother Jiang, we're proud of you. Luo Ping's face was filled with excitement. With Jiang Chen's strength, he had already become a leader. He had been like this since the Divine Tomb. His brilliance was unparalleled. This is the real Jiang Chen. Dong Huang Tai-A's eyes were filled with battle intent. Although he might not be Jiang Chen's opponent now, this battle was bound to happen sooner or later. Good, good, good. You didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen, you're pretty good. Gu Maolu crossed his arms and said. Jiang Chen smiled and slowly walked down from the Lightning Gathering Peak. The Tongxian Mansion's assessment had come to an end. Follow your senior brothers and cultivate for 10 days. Gather at the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda after 10 days. Gu Maolu dismissed the other 3 counties and brought Jiang Chen and the rest into the Tongxian Mansion student area. Remember, this is the 30,000 li student area. There's a cave residence every 10 li for you to cultivate. The spiritual energy here is much denser than where you usually cultivate. If there's nothing important, try not to go out and cause trouble. Tongxian Mansion does not lack geniuses. That Qin Feng was extremely arrogant, but didn't he get beaten down by Jiang Chen? So, remember your purpose for coming to Tongxian Mansion. Cultivation is your only way out. Only true experts can stand at the peak. Chapter 2940. Don't look down on anyone in the profound connection divine palace. Even an insignificant person who isn't as strong as you can beat you up. You guys will learn about this saying, don't judge a book by its cover. Senior brother, how do we cultivate normally? Don't tell me we just hide in a cave and cultivate? Someone asked. Even if you just meditate and cultivate for 10,000 years, it's enough for you. Not everyone can enjoy the profound connection divine palace's spirit gathering formation. However, the real places to cultivate are the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud Space. The Heaven Dragon Prison is under the Heaven Dragon Tower, and the Thundercloud Space is on the Lightning Gathering Peak. There are no restrictions on the Lightning Gathering Peak and the Heaven Dragon Tower. You can cultivate for a long time and refine divine origin chi. Of course, the reason why Tongxian Mansion could become a place that countless geniuses and experts yearned for was because of the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud Space. You can refine the origin crystals of heavenly fire, which are also known as heavenly fire crystals and heavenly thunder crystals, in the Heaven Dragon Tower and the Thundercloud Space. To put it bluntly, the heavenly fire crystals are the key to enter the Heaven Dragon Prison and the hard currency of Tongxian Mansion. The same goes for the heavenly thunder crystals and the Thundercloud Space. Therefore, you can only enter the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud Space by continuously refining the heavenly fire crystals and Thundercloud Space, the two best places to cultivate. Gu Maolu said in a deep voice. Many of the new students stared curiously at Gu Maolu. Gu Maolu's words were extremely important to them. I see. If you want to cultivate successfully, you have to pay the price. Don't think that the heavenly thunder crystals and heavenly fire crystals are easy to obtain. Even if you refine the heavenly thunder crystals on the Lightning Gathering Peak day and night, you can only refine 2 or 3 crystals in a month. However, you need 10 crystals to cultivate in the Thundercloud Space for a day. Gu Maolu's words shocked everyone. Their expressions changed slightly. Isn't this too abnormal? Refining 3 heavenly thunder crystals in a month means that you need at least 4 months to refine 10 heavenly fire crystals and cultivate in the Thundercloud Space for a day. This is too shabby. That's right, senior brother. Is there no way to quickly condense the heavenly fire crystal? If this goes on, it'll be too painful. Many people shook their heads and complained. Without accumulating small steps, how can one travel 1,000 miles? Without accumulating small streams, how can one form a river? You're not even willing to take this little bit of hardship. I really wonder how you guys managed to cultivate to this level. There was no such thing as an opportunistic method. Remember, the moment you truly enter the Thundercloud Space to cultivate, you will know what it means to be an expert. I've said everything I need to say. That's all I have to say. Let's meet again at the Heaven Dragon Pagoda 10 days later. Gu Maolu turned around and left. He transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. I can't wait to know how you escaped from Han Shaoqian's clutches. Ha! I'll look for you at 10 o'clock tonight. Gu Maolu glanced back at Jiang Chen and smiled, causing goosebumps to rise all over Jiang Chen's body. A bitter smile appeared on his face. This fellow's curiosity was really too strong. The less than 200 experts each searched for their own cave abodes. Everyone, let's meet again in 10 days. Everyone left, but Jiang Chen followed behind Yan Qingqing. I don't blame you. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing's back and said, in the future, please don't waste your time on me. We are strangers. There's no need to pester me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yan Qingqing left without looking back. Jiang Chen's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Although he knew that Yan Qingqing didn't say those words out of her heart, her soul was still being controlled, and he was powerless to do anything about it. In the evening, Gu Maolu appeared in Jiang Chen's cave abode. His heart was already itching. Jiang Chen being able to escape from Han Shaoqian's clutches was definitely a great miracle. You brat. You're making me anxious. Ha ha ha, quickly tell me, how did you escape from Han Shaoqian's clutches? Gu Maolu looked at Jiang Chen with an impatient expression. Why are you so impatient? It's not like I can run away. I was able to escape from Han Shaoqian's clutches because of a Hierarch Realm expert. However, I didn't see his face. Even if I wanted to repay him, I don't know who to look for. If it wasn't for that Hierarch Realm expert, I'm afraid I would have already died. Jiang Chen said, Hierarch Realm expert? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Gu Maolu looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Why would I lie to you? It's absolutely true. Even Han Shaoqian was killed by him. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Gu Maolu's expression suddenly changed. He subconsciously took a step back with a solemn expression. You said that Han Shaoqian is dead? Gu Maolu never expected Han Shaoqian to be dead. This was a huge matter. Perhaps the entire blissful city would be in chaos soon. Who was Han Shaoqian? He was the young lord of the Lihuan sect. His status and strength were incomparably powerful. This was a huge blow to the blissful city. Was he really killed by that hierarch realm expert? What else? Do you think I can kill Han Shaoqian? It's not like you don't know how terrifying that guy is. I'm not his match at all, but I'm luckier than him. Heaven helps the worthy. Ha! Jiang Chen said with a smile. Gu Maolu thought about it carefully. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-divine king realm. Even if he was talented, it was impossible for him to be Han Shaoqian's match. Han Shaoqian was someone who could go against the 3 dragon heads of Tongxian Mansion. How could he be someone that Jiang Chen could deal with? Moreover, he and Bai Ying had witnessed how Jiang Chen was defeated. Dead? He's actually dead. Hee, it's good that he's dead. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me today. Brother, remember to be careful of the Lihuan sect after you leave Tongxian Mansion. Those guys are not good people. Although Gu Maolu was shocked, he was concerned that Jiang Chen could come back unscathed. It meant that Jiang Chen's life was tough. Even Han Shaoqian, the young lord of the Lihuan sect, was defeated by Jiang Chen. To be exact, he was defeated by a hierarch realm expert. Senior brother, what are the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion that you and senior brother Bai mentioned? Jiang Chen asked. It's just a title. Tongxian Mansion is divided into the inner mansion and the outer mansion. Brother Yu Chenglong is one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion. In other words, he's one of the best in the outer mansion. As for the inner mansion, one must reach the half-step hierarch realm to be qualified to enter the inner mansion to cultivate and become an inner mansion disciple. In fact, Yu Chenglong's strength was not any weaker than some of the inner mansion disciples. However, he had not reached the half-step hierarch realm, so he did not enter the inner mansion. Ordinary half-step hierarch realm experts might not be able to last long against him. The 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion could at least fight 100 people alone. They're really 1 in a million super geniuses. It's impossible for me to catch up to Brother Yu in this lifetime. Sigh. Chapter 2941. There's actually such a difference. It seems like there's a huge difference between the outer mansion and the inner mansion. Jiang Chen nodded silently. Of course, the people of the outer mansion are the outer disciples and core disciples of the Tongxian Mansion. Joining the Tongxian Mansion, the treatment they receive is naturally different. We have to be clear about this. The students are divided into 3 ranks. Rank 1 students are usually new students while Rank 2 students need to be assessed. There's a special place for assessment. Passing the assessment will also give you 3 origin crystals. There shouldn't be more than 100 Rank 3 students. The outer mansion has the 3 dragon heads and the 8 great Vajras. The 8 great Vajras are second only to the 3 dragon heads. The 8 great Vajras are all at the peak divine king realm. Do not provoke them. However, it's not easy to break through to the half-step hierarch realm. It's not strange for some people to not be able to reach the venerable realm after 100,000 years, 200,000 years, or even 300 to 500,000 years. Also, you must not slack on condensing the heavenly fire crystals. Only by entering the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud space will you be able to improve by leaps and bounds. You will need more origin crystals in order to improve greatly. You will need to cultivate in the Heaven Dragon Prison and the Thundercloud space for a long time. Gu Maolu told Jiang Chen everything he knew. Jiang Chen was very grateful. Although Gu Maolu seemed to be frivolous, Jiang Chen could see that he was an extremely prideful person. Other than condensing the origin crystals, is there no other way to obtain the origin crystals? Jiang Chen frowned and asked. There is the heaven ranking. Before the heaven ranking, only 500 students' names are shown. The top 30 are all from the inner mansion. Even brother Yu Chenglong is only ranked 34th. Gu Maolu said with a serious expression. Don't even think about it. The heaven ranking is not something that anyone can covet. Those on the ranking are all peerless geniuses. Among the new students, there are only a few who can enter the top 500 after cultivating for 10,000 years. Gu Maolu didn't forget to mock Jiang Chen when he saw the eagerness in his eyes. What about you, senior brother? Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at Gu Maolu. Don't mention it. I barely made it into the top 500. Gu Maolu's face sank, and he curled his lips. Haha, looks like I said something wrong. Forget it, I can't be bothered to bicker with you. I won't disturb your cultivation. In 10 or 20 years, when you want to enter the Thundercloud space or the Heaven Dragon prison, call me and I'll take you there. I'm sure I'll be able to pick a good place. Gu Maolu patted his chest and said. All right. Jiang Chen smiled. After bidding farewell to Gu Maolu, he also entered into cultivation. 10 days later, there was a sea of people in front of the Heavenly Dragon Tower. Even Jiang Chen did not expect there to be more than 3,000 people. In other words, there were more than 3,000 divine kings. Who wouldn't be scared by such a force? Weren't there less than 200 new students? How could there be so many? Apart from being shocked, Jiang Chen gradually calmed down. The chance to enter the Tongxian mansion once every 100,000 years. With so many people it would take at least 2 million years. So many Divine King Realm experts. It's spectacular. There are so many Divine King Realm experts. No wonder the profound connection Divine Palace is so powerful. Any other force would do the same. That's right. There are so many Divine King Realm experts, but there are only a few who could surpass the Hierarch Realm. Among the new students, countless of them were amazed by the scene in front of them. At the same time, they felt extremely depressed. They had to stand out from the crowd and become a Hierarch Realm expert in order to become a star in the limelight. Everyone could not help but think of a sentence. Cultivation is harder than ascending to the heavens. Follow me. Enter the Heavenly Dragon Tower to cultivate and condense the Origin Crystal. You'll know how magical the Heavenly Dragon Tower is. Gu Maolu was still standing at the front as he led the new students of the Lone Dragon County into the Heavenly Dragon Tower. As soon as they entered the Heavenly Dragon Tower, Jiang Chen felt a blazing flame as if it was burning in his heart. The flame rose and the surrounding temperature became extremely terrifying as if it was going to refine him. This flame, why is it so familiar? Jiang Chen frowned his brows. However, the domineering flame did not affect him at all. However, the aura was a little familiar. It's so hot. The Heavenly Dragon Tower is like an alchemy furnace. Yeah, it's not much better than the lightning gathering peak. I feel like I'm suffocating. The flame spiritual energy in the Heavenly Dragon Tower is too thick. The group of new students were in extreme torment. On the other side, the over 3,000 older students did not show any hesitation, nor did they have anyone to lead them as they directly entered into their training. There were a total of 4 teachers in the Heavenly Dragon Tower. One of them was the teacher that Jiang Chen and the rest had seen before. Every teacher was resting with their eyes closed. From today onwards, you're all students of the Tongxian Mansion. Your mission is to condense your origin crystal in the Heavenly Dragon Tower for 10 days. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask your senior brother. The female teacher Lang Lang soon entered a meditative state and closed her eyes to rest. Within the Heavenly Dragon Tower, there will be a blazing flame in your heart. If any of you can condense an origin crystal within 10 days, you'll have succeeded. If you can't, don't be discouraged. As long as your body allows it, try to condense the Heavenly Fire Crystal. As Gu Maolu's voice faded, countless disciples entered a meditative state and began to condense the origin crystal. Jiang Chen began to condense the origin crystal. The surrounding flames burned fiercely as Jiang Chen continuously transformed, compressed, transformed, and compressed the flames again. After repeated tempering, he finally condensed the first origin crystal. At this moment, only an hour had passed. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. The fiery red origin crystal was extremely violent. It didn't seem like it was particularly useful. Was it just for tempering the students' willpower? Jiang Chen didn't think too much about it. After all, he would only be qualified to enter the Heavenly Dragon Prison to cultivate if he condensed more origin crystals. During these 10 days, Jiang Chen didn't rest or sleep, wholeheartedly condensing the Heavenly Fire Crystals. He had condensed a total of 50 Heavenly Fire Crystals. However, Jiang Chen still wasn't satisfied, because he felt that his speed could be a little faster. During these 10 days, out of the 200 new disciples, only around 100 had condensed a Heavenly Fire Crystal. When you have condensed a Heavenly Fire Crystal, you can leave and recuperate for 10 days before condensing again. Repeat this cycle, but don't be too hasty. Otherwise, you will only hurt yourself. If the fire poison attacks your heart, no one will be able to save you. In the past, many people have died from the fire poison attacking their hearts. You must all learn from the mistakes of others. Gu Maolu said in a low voice. Jiang Chen, have you condensed a heavenly fire crystal? Gu Maolu looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, just a little bit more. Jiang Chen said. Trash, I've already condensed it. Qin Feng said with a proud expression. He was disdainful of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had only been able to defeat him previously because his strength had been damaged. Now, it seemed like Jiang Chen was no longer a match for him. Just a little bit more to condense the 51st heavenly fire crystal. So condensing a heavenly fire crystal is actually this easy? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, but Qin Feng's smile froze. Chapter 2942. He actually managed to condense more than 50 heavenly fire crystals in 10 days. How many years has it been? The female mentor murmured, but her heart was in turmoil. To be able to condense 51 heavenly fire crystals in 10 days was an unprecedented achievement. With such talent, his control of flames must have reached the peak of perfection. Moreover, she had never heard of such a terrifying thing happening in such a short period of time. Even those half-step Hierarch Realm or even Hierarch Realm experts might not be able to achieve such a speed. It should be known that the condensation of the heavenly fire crystal wasn't that easy. One had to endure the roasting of the heavenly fire, become one with the mind, and complete the condensation of the heavenly fire within the heavenly dragon pagoda. Only then would one be able to obtain the origin crystal of the heavenly fire. Especially for new students. What shocked her the most was that Jiang Chen's speed of condensing the heavenly fire crystals in 10 days was comparable to some of the top senior students. It was indeed shocking. Damn. Aren't you too amazing? Jiang Chen, this speed has already surpassed the Outer Mansion's 3 dragon heads. Gu Maolu's face was filled with shock. He was also shocked by Jiang Chen's technique. Although the condensation of the heavenly fire crystal wasn't directly related to one's strength, it was impossible for one's control of the heavenly fire to reach a perfect stage if one's strength wasn't enough. Therefore, it would be very difficult for one to condense a perfect heavenly fire crystal. It's just a... Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said with a faint smile. He really didn't think that this speed was a big deal. With his current level of control over flames, he could only be considered as a beginner. Although this heavenly flame was fierce and overbearing, it had a great resistance to Jiang Chen. Once he completely merged with this flame, his speed would increase once again. At that time it would be truly terrifying. Qin Feng's face was incomparably gloomy. Just a moment ago, he was still feeling proud of himself, but now, the smile on his face had completely disappeared. Not only had Jiang Chen condensed the heavenly fire crystals, he had also condensed 51 of them in a row. This couldn't be described with the word terrifying. It was simply too abnormal. The surrounding people were also shocked. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen had already condensed more than 50 heavenly fire crystals while they were still struggling to condense one heavenly fire crystal? The difference was like heaven and earth. How did he do it? It's so terrifying. I still haven't condensed any heavenly fire crystals. Is this the difference between geniuses? Yes, but I'm a little bit stronger than you. I've already condensed the heavenly fire crystals. We can't even catch up to Jiang Chen's terrifying strength. Heavenly fire crystals. After a series of exclamations, all that was left were sighs. Of course, there was no lack of people like Qin Feng who were unwilling to accept the fact that Jiang Chen was able to condense so many heavenly fire crystals. What was so great about condensing heavenly fire crystals? So what? Strength is everything. How would you know who's stronger and who's weaker if you don't fight with them? There were some who were envious and some who were jealous of him. Which boundary in Lone Dragon County are you from? The female teacher asked faintly. Linha Boundary, Profound Feng Sect. Jiang Chen said. An unknown sect actually has such an outstanding genius. It's really gratifying. The younger generation will surpass us in time. I hope you can continue to work hard. It's indeed a good thing that you have condensed so many heavenly fire crystals. You should be the one who obtained the first place in the Lightning Gathering Peak, right? Xiao Gu, bring him to the Spirit Valley tomorrow. Allow him to stay for one more day. After that, the female teacher turned around and left. But she gave Jiang Chen a meaningful glance. Gu Maolu was dumbfounded. The freshman might not know, but he knew very well what kind of place the Spirit Valley was. Originally, the freshman could only stay in the Spirit Valley for 1 day at most during the assessment. However, a single sentence from the teacher allowed her to stay for 1 more day. This made Gu Maolu extremely envious. Spirit Valley? Is it really that magical? Jiang Chen asked. More than that. Sigh. You really don't know how lucky you are. Even I would feel heartache if I wanted to stay in the Spirit Valley for 1 day. To enter the Heaven Dragon Prison, you need to pay 10 heavenly fire crystals or heavenly lightning crystals. If you want to enter the space of thunderclouds, you will need 100 essence crystals, and to enter the Spirit Valley, you will need 1,000 essence crystals. Think about it carefully. According to an ordinary person's ability, if they condense 1 essence crystal in 10 days, they will only be able to condense 30-something in a year, and they will have to work tirelessly to condense the essence crystals. If you want to cultivate 1 day in the Spirit Valley, you will need 30 years to be able to cultivate 1 day in the Spirit Valley, and there is nothing in the Spirit Valley. Sigh, it is a long story. The most terrifying thing is the Broken Sword Cliff. 10,000 origin crystals are required to cultivate there for 1 day. But it's said that the great sage once stayed there. It's a place where the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon gathered. Not many of the seniors have been to the Broken Sword Cliff before. Gu Maolu said enviously. Jiang Chen was already used to it. But he felt that there was nothing to be proud of. After all, he had played with fire for a long time. The 5 elemental true fire, the 5 elemental divine fire, and the red lotus karmic fire were nothing to Jiang Chen. Because of the origin fire of the red lotus karmic fire, Jiang Chen could also use the red lotus karmic fire. Although the heavenly fire was domineering, the red lotus karmic fire and the 5 elemental divine fire in Jiang Chen's hands were not weak either. So what? In Tongxian Mansion, strength is everything. No one is an exception. Qin Feng said unwillingly. However, everyone could see that Qin Feng was jealous of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had obtained the first position in the Lightning Gathering Peak, and Qin Feng had been holding a grudge against Jiang Chen. Now, Jiang Chen had become a thorn in his side, a thorn in his flesh. Look, that woman has condensed 24 heavenly fire crystals. Yeah. Is it that easy to condense the heavenly fire crystals? I realized that those who said that I'm a genius were just flattering me. In this Tongxian Mansion, my intelligence seems to be greatly insulted. Ha ha ha. Haven't you heard of this saying? Comparisons are odious, and comparisons are odious. It seems that the title of genius is not destined to belong to someone like me. The size and desolation of countless geniuses were deeply engraved in people's hearts. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they had to admit that no matter how terrifying a genius was, they were still relatively weak. In front of Jiang Chen, all of them were instantly crushed. It's Yan Qingqing. She's from the Lone Dragon County again. Looks like there are quite a lot of geniuses in the Lone Dragon County. Haha, such a beautiful genius is really rare in this world. Looks like there are some people who are worthy of respect among the new students. A loud laughter resounded in the freshmen's area. A man with an imposing appearance and an arrogant expression came from afar. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yan Qingqing. Chapter 2943. Junior sister, it seems like you're the genius among the freshmen. It's really enviable. Even I, your senior brother, am very jealous of you. The purple-clothed youth stood in front of Yan Qingqing with his arms crossed and said with a smile. He had a slender figure and a handsome face. His aura was vigorous and elegant. I don't know you. Yan Qingqing turned around and wanted to leave after saying that. However, she was stopped by the purple-clothed youth. Junior sister, why are you doing this? People start from not knowing each other. You don't know me and I don't know you. However, if we don't know each other, we won't know each other for the rest of our lives. Today, your senior brother wants to bring you along to cultivate. What do you think? The purple-clothed youth said with a smile. Not interested. Yan Qingqing said lung. She didn't give the purple-clothed youth any face. As soon as Yan Qingqing finished her words, the purple-clothed youth felt embarrassed. This freshman didn't give him any face at all. If it wasn't for her good looks, how could she be appreciated by him? In Tongxian Mansion, strength was everything. If one didn't have the ability, one would be despised and despised by others. An outstanding beauty could only be considered as a good condition. In the eyes of a true cultivator, strength was more important than anything else. There were only a few female cultivators in the profound connection divine palace. If they couldn't find a good backer, they would be pushed aside easily. Beautiful faces were all the same. When one's cultivation reached a certain realm, one could even change his or her appearance. Therefore, beauty didn't mean everything. In the eyes of the true experts, most of the women were just beautiful skeletons. They were no different from men. At this moment, more than 10 mid-divine king realm experts behind the purple-clothed youth stood beside Yan Qingqing and blocked her way. No one dared to say a word. Compared to the seniors, the freshmen were much quieter. Damn it! It's him! Gu Maolu said with a deep voice. His expression became serious. Obviously, this guy was not someone who was easy to deal with. Jiang Chen, she's my woman, Jiang Chen said seriously. Really? But I see that she seems to be indifferent to you. Gu Maolu looked at Jiang Chen in confusion. However, his words were extremely serious and firm. Gu Maolu knew that Jiang Chen wasn't someone who liked to joke around. I will definitely make those who have designs on her die a horrible death, Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. His smile was so cold and awe-inspiring. Do you know who he is? Jiang Chen, you have to be careful. Gu Maolu said solemnly. Lu Yingfeng, what are you doing? Could it be that you want to bully the freshman? How could you do such a useless thing? When Gu Maolu saw Jiang Chen's cold expression, he immediately stood up. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would be impulsive. Once he tangled with Lu Yingfeng, he would definitely suffer. Humph, it's not your place to speak here. Gu Maolu, Lu Yingfeng, don't need you to tell me what to do. Lu Yingfeng said solemnly. Hee, your words are pretty, but your actions are somewhat despicable. What kind of hero are you to make things difficult for a girl? Gu Maolu said. Then what do you want? Do you think that you can control me? Don't make a mistake. Lu Yingfeng and Gu Maolu stood against each other. Don't you like me? I don't like these guys. Throw them all out. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiang Chen and said with a fiery gaze. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Although it was only a single word, it made Lu Yingfeng's expression even more unsightly. He could understand if Gu Maolu wanted to stand up for himself. But who was this guy? Now, even cats and dogs dared to challenge him? Are all freshmen so arrogant now? Who do you think you are? Little doll? Trying to be a hero and save a damsel in distress? Are you that good? Lu Yingfeng's gaze once again fell onto Jiang Chen as he spoke in a sinister manner. I'm your ancestor, Jiang Chen said with a deadpan expression. The faces of the dozen or so seniors behind Lu Yingfeng all changed. I think you're tired of living. You want to be a hero and save a damsel in distress? Today, I will teach you how to do what a freshman should do. Lu Yingfeng said fiercely. Jiang Chen is not weaker than me. Moreover, his brother is an expert on the sky ranking. Is it worth it for a woman? Gu Maolu said with a bitter smile. This is the first time you're saying this. I hope it's the last time. Everyone has their own goal. My goal is to protect her. To protect her for the rest of my life. Jiang Chen said calmly. Gu Maolu could sense a hint of anger in Jiang Chen's words. Gu Maolu was slightly startled. In his opinion, women were fleeting, but Jiang Chen valued them so much. This was a great taboo on the path of cultivation. However, he insisted on doing so, which meant that he was deeply in love with this woman. Yet, she ignored him. Gu Maolu felt that Jiang Chen was only doing it on his own. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant freshman. How about we have a spar? A young man with a sneer said while glaring at Jiang Chen. You're not worthy to fight me. To be precise, none of you are worthy to fight me. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, but Lu Yingfeng and the others were dumbfounded. They then burst out laughing. Yang Kuan, teach him a lesson. Lu Yingfeng said. All right, Brother Feng, just wait and see. Yang Kuan said with a smile. When he turned around, his eyes met with Jiang Chen's, but his expression was already dark. How many punches do you think you can endure? Yang Kuan clenched his fist and unleashed his aura, attracting the attention of many people in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda. Insolent and arrogant. Serves you right. Qin Feng sneered. More than 10 seniors surrounded him. Jiang Chen would definitely pay for his actions today. He didn't know what it meant to be low-key. He dared to be so arrogant in front of a group of seniors. He was simply courting death. If I'm not conceited, how can I be called a genius? Jiang Chen said indifferently. He stood there like a mountain, not moving an inch. Go to hell! Yang Kuan roared in anger. His fist was filled with killing intent. His terrifying fist aura shocked many freshmen. Although there were some who had reached the mid-divine king realm, there was still a huge gap between them and the seniors. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. Yang Kuan's fist came whistling towards him, but Jiang Chen did not hesitate to throw out a punch. Their fists collided, and in the next second, Yang Kuan was instantly sent flying away. It was a one-hit battle to decide the winner. Chapter 29:44. Jiang Chen had won the battle in one move. His aura was like a dragon and his aura was like a tiger. His cold eyes emitted a chilling light, causing many people to tremble in fear. Such a domineering method caused people to tremble in fear. Those who could stand here for 300 years were not cowards. They were all geniuses. However, Jiang Chen had defeated Yang Kuan in one move. No one had expected such a terrifying strength. After all, both of them were mid-divine kings. However, Yang Kuan was a senior who had cultivated for 100,000 years more than Jiang Chen. The freshman area was in an uproar. This fellow is so terrifying? He dared to challenge a senior and defeated him in one move. It's really shocking. Yeah. Who would have thought that this freshman would be so terrifying? No wonder he's so arrogant. He has the right to be arrogant. This fellow will definitely be the first among the freshmen. Not necessarily. Tongxian Mansion has never lacked geniuses. Every genius will be surpassed by a new genius. The surrounding people were in an uproar. Yang Kuan was defeated. Gu Maolu had a new understanding of Jiang Chen's strength. This fellow's strength was able to withstand the attack of the Jiang brothers. He should not be underestimated. However, he was still shocked when he defeated Yang Kuan in one move. Good fella. No wonder you're so arrogant. Humph. Looks like you want to be the best among the freshmen. Today, I, Lu Yingfeng, will teach you a lesson. Lu Yingfeng harumphed and said solemnly, Brother Feng, you must take revenge for me. Yang Kuan's face turned pale as he said fiercely. If he couldn't regain his face, how could he establish himself in Tongxian Mansion in the future? He's indeed a genius. However, Lu Yingfeng and the others won't let this matter go. Even so, he's strong. He might not have a good ending after offending Lu Yingfeng. That's right. A freshman challenging a senior is destined to be taught a lesson. Lu Yingfeng isn't like Yang Kuan. He's a late divine king. He's not a joke. Many seniors also looked in Lu Yingfeng's direction. If he were to make a move, the situation would definitely be irreversible. The master of trash is still trash. Jiang Chen shook his head. He was not afraid of Lu Yingfeng at all. Arrogant fellow, today I will let you understand that you are not worthy of the word genius. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yingfeng rushed towards Jiang Chen. Since things had come to this, he had to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. The dignity of a senior student could not be violated. He was considered a reputable figure among the seniors. If he couldn't even handle this troublesome freshman, he would become the laughingstock of Tongxian Mansion. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yingfeng unleashed his strength as a late divine king. His aura was even more ferocious than Yang Kuan's. Terrifying palm strikes were unleashed, but Jiang Chen remained unmoved. You're still not good enough. Jiang Chen shook his head and threw out 3 punches. Azure Dragon's 5 steps. The ground trembled violently as if it was going to shatter. The crowd's expression changed drastically. Lu Yingfeng stared at Jiang Chen in disbelief and his pupils contracted. This kind of combat strength was not something that a mid-divine king should have. Lu Yingfeng retreated in order to advance. After the 3 punches, he had no way to retreat. Jiang Chen's last punch had given him great respect. Jiang Chen had used 90% of his strength in that punch. It was not a problem for him to kill Jiang Chen. This is impossible. Lu Yingfeng's breath stagnated. Although he managed to block the punch, the aftershock of the punch had caused him to be heavily injured. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lu Yingfeng remained silent for a moment. In the end, he couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. Although Jiang Chen hadn't used too many methods, and Lu Yingfeng hadn't necessarily revealed everything, there were too many new and old students who were filled with shock at this moment. This man was destined to stir up a storm of blood amongst the old students. The crowd was in an uproar again. Jiang Chen's strength was invincible. His 3 punches had also stunned the freshmen and seniors. Why are you still here? What are you waiting for? Jiang Chen gazed at Lu Yingfeng coldly and said with an indifferent tone. Gu Maolu's blood was boiling. At this moment, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to end the battle in such a way. Although Lu Yingfeng was at the bottom of the Heaven Ascension ranking, he could be considered as one of the top experts in Tongxian Mansion. However, in front of Jiang Chen, he couldn't even withstand 3 moves. Brother, you're awesome. Gu Maolu gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This kind of glory was enough to kill anyone among the freshmen in an instant. I, Lu Yingfeng, will remember today's humiliation. We'll meet again in the future. Humph. Lu Yingfeng was still angry. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. After all, he was quite prestigious among the seniors. Now that he had lost all his face, he naturally couldn't stay here anymore. Jiang Chen. Qin Feng clenched his fist. He was also eyeing Jiang Chen covetously. However, the strength that Jiang Chen had displayed today shocked even him. If he wanted to make a move against Jiang Chen, he would have to think twice. However, he was also not afraid of Jiang Chen. He was only waiting for an opportunity. He would definitely pull Jiang Chen down from his high horse. Brother Jiang, you've really given us a lot of face. Huh. Luo Ping and the others laughed. Jiang Chen had defeated the seniors, causing the group of geniuses to be speechless. Yeah, this group of people can bully others, but since they dare to bully Brother Jiang, they will definitely return the favor. Shi smiled. It's good to lean against a big tree. Jiang Chen was now their big tree. Along the way from Lone Dragon County, Jiang Chen had suppressed countless geniuses with his talent. They had witnessed it with their own eyes. Jiang Chen slightly nodded and did not say anything. He looked at Yan Qingqing's back and sighed. So what if I have defeated all the seniors? He still had a cold expression in front of her. He didn't know how to get Yan Qingqing's peace of mind back. Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces. Jiang Chen hated the person who controlled Yan Qingqing's soul. However, he was powerless to do anything at the moment. If you want to enter the Heaven Dragon Prison, you'd better gather enough heavenly fire crystals. Cultivating in the Heaven Dragon Prison will take at least a month. Moreover, the effect will be very obvious. Your strength and divine origin qi will become stronger after being tempered in the Heaven Dragon Prison. Jiang Chen had to listen to Gu Maolu's advice. After all, Gu Maolu had spent a lot more time in Tongxian Mansion than Jiang Chen. Gu Maolu was able to avoid many detours. Alright, then I'll condense enough heavenly fire crystals first. Chapter 29:45. 6 months passed quietly. At first, Gu Maolu was worried that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the heavenly flames in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda. However, he soon realized that he was gravely mistaken, because Jiang Chen seemed to completely ignore the heavenly flames. Ordinary freshmen, even those who were slightly more powerful, could only stay in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda for about a month at most. Some seniors who had cultivated for 100,000 years could only stay for 4 to 5 months. It should be known that cultivating in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda and condensing the Heavenly Flame Crystal was multitasking. Furthermore, the pressure of the Heavenly Flame on the cultivators was unimaginable. Many geniuses had died while cultivating in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda. Some people who were eager for quick success were fated to end up in tragedy. During this period, many freshmen and seniors admired Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stayed still in the Heavenly Dragon Pagoda and cultivated in peace. Bai Ying came to see Jiang Chen twice, but he didn't wake up. Gu Maolu spent most of the time by Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen condensed over 50 heavenly fire crystals in the first 10 days, then 50 heavenly fire crystals a day after that. In 6 months, he had condensed a total of 20,000 heavenly fire crystals. This number even startled him, because it was too easy for him to condense these heavenly fire crystals after he had familiarized himself with them. However, the more heavenly fire crystals he condensed, the more he felt curious about the usefulness of these heavenly fire crystals. Could it be that the profound connection Divine Palace needed these heavenly fire crystals for their own use? However, Jiang Chen knew that this wasn't something he should be thinking about right now. You're finally awake. You scared me to death. You've been meditating for 6 months. I was really afraid that you would be burned to ashes one day. Huh. Gu Maolu heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile. How was it? How was the harvest? How many heavenly flame crystals did you condense? Gu Maolu looked at Jiang Chen curiously. About 20,000. Jiang Chen scratched his head and stretched his body. Gu Maolu was dumbfounded, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't believe Jiang Chen at all. How much? Gu Maolu swallowed his saliva and wanted to confirm it again. About 20,000. It should be enough for me to stay in the Heaven Dragon prison for a few years. Now that you've mentioned it, I'm rather curious about the Heaven Dragon prison. Holy shit. Seriously? Are you trying to scare me? Over 20,000 heavenly fire crystals. I'll need at least 50 years, and I won't sleep or rest. You're not joking with me, are you? Gu Maolu felt a headache coming on. Although Jiang Chen was monstrous and had condensed more than 50 divine origin stones in 10 days, Gu Maolu's speed was only about 30% of Jiang Chen's. However, condensing more than 20,000 heavenly fire crystals in half a year's time. Even the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace did not have such an ability, right? I don't believe it. Gu Maolu's head was like a rattle drum. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Let's go. Bring me to the Heaven Dragon prison. I have indeed gained more from cultivating here than outside. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said. If he told Gu Maolu that he had spent half the time researching the use of heavenly fire crystals, would Gu Maolu spurt out blood and die? All right, let's go to the Heaven Dragon prison first. It's been a long time since I've gone to cultivate. I'll definitely help you pick a good place. Gu Maolu said doubtfully. Even in his pocket, he had less than 20,000 heavenly fire crystals. The Heaven Dragon prison is under the Heaven Dragon Tower. It's said that the origin of heavenly fire is buried in the dragon vein under the ground. That's why the Heaven Dragon prison and the Heaven Dragon Tower were formed. However, this is just a legend. The Heaven Dragon Tower has existed for millions of years, and the Heaven Dragon prison is the same. No one knows what's underneath. Anyway, it's good that we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The 18 floors of the Earth Fire Purgatory are stronger than the previous one, and each floor is more expensive than the previous one. I've only entered the 4th floor, and I can't endure the flames of the 5th floor anymore. However, it's said that the strongest genius of the Outer Palace can only enter the 9th floor. Brother Yu Chenglong is able to enter the 9th floor to cultivate. That's an existence that I can't reach even in 100,000 years. Gu Maolu explained to Jiang Chen seriously. With such a knowledgeable person, Jiang Chen was able to relax. The 18 floors of the Heaven Flame Purgatory, each floor was equivalent to ascending the heavens. Looks like this Heaven Dragon prison is indeed extraordinary, Jiang Chen said. When he entered the gate of the Heaven Dragon prison, he could feel the scorching fire that was completely different from the Heaven Dragon Pagoda. Even with the help of the 5 elemental divine fire, Jiang Chen still had to be careful. This is only the lowest cultivation ground of our Tongxian mansion. The Heaven Dragon prison, the Thundercloud space, the Ghost Valley, the Broken Sword Cliff. Which one of them isn't a mysterious place? Otherwise, why do you think the Tongxian mansion is able to stand on top of the northern cold divine region? In the long history of the divine world, many powerful sects have been eliminated and replaced in the great waves of history. As for the profound connection divine palace, it is said that it has existed for a very, very long time. Anyway, I don't know when it existed. Gu Maolu said solemnly. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the Heaven Dragon prison. The Heaven Dragon prison was under the Heaven Dragon Tower, and there was a huge door. A gray-clothed old man with a head full of white hair was sitting in the door, resting with his eyes closed. The old man had a lazy expression on his face, and he looked like a dying tree. However, when he woke up from his sleep and opened his eyes, Jiang Chen immediately felt a tremendous pressure. Elder Yang, we're going to enter the Heaven Dragon prison. Gu Maolu's face was full of smiles and respect. This is one of the elders guarding the Heaven Dragon prison. His strength has reached the hierarch realm. Even our female teacher doesn't dare to act rashly in front of him. Gu Maolu transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. It's a new face. This year's freshmen aren't that great. Hehe. Elder Yang yawned and said while shaking his head. 50 heavenly fire crystals as a deposit. Kid, the Heaven Dragon Prison isn't a place where freshmen like you can come. 20,000. The moment Jiang Chen took out the heavenly fire crystals, not only Gu Maolu, but the elder's expression also changed. You gave it to him? Such a huge amount of heavenly fire crystals. You're quite generous. Kid from the Gu clan. Elder Yang shook his head with a smile. If it was me, it would be terrible. I didn't give it to him. He refined it himself. Gu Maolu said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Old Yang's face was filled with astonishment. His heart was in turmoil. However, Jiang Chen and Gu Maolu had already entered the Heaven Dragon Prison. It's only been 6 or 7 months since he joined the sect. Is it really possible for a freshman like him to refine 20,000 heavenly fire crystals? Elder Yang murmured and squinted his eyes. Jiang Chen's figure once again appeared in his mind. Chapter 2946. How is it? The spiritual energy in the Heaven Dragon Prison is much denser than in the Heaven Dragon Pagoda, isn't it? However, this was not the most powerful thing in the Heaven Dragon Prison. It was the compression of the divine origin Qi by the Heaven Fire. This was the unique advantage of the profound connection Divine Palace. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't understand the stakes involved. However, this was the simplest step in the Tongxian Mansion. The Heaven Dragon Prison is huge, and each level has close to 1,000 cultivation seats. Let me bring you to a good place. Gu Maolu said as he headed towards the edge of the second level of the Earth Fire Purgatory with Jiang Chen. After finding a good spot, the heavenly flames here surged even more violently and tyrannically. The tempering of the divine origin energy also became purer and purer. This place doesn't belong to you. Just as Gu Maolu and Jiang Chen were about to enter a meditative state, a cold voice rang out, causing Gu Maolu and Jiang Chen to frown at the same time. Luxia! What's the meaning of this? Gu Maolu said in a deep voice. This fellow was none other than Lu Yingfeng's elder brother, who was also on the sky ranking. You should know better than me what I mean, Luxia said calmly. Luxia said faintly. Although his stature wasn't tall and sturdy, his pair of ice-cold eyes were extremely awe-inspiring, giving off a great oppressive feeling. Snatching a spot was a small matter, as he was here to pick a fight. Humph, I told you, Jiang Chen. This matter between us isn't over. Lu Yingfeng turned around and walked out from Luxia's side, glaring at Jiang Chen with a dark expression. If it wasn't for the rule of the Tongxian Mansion that forbids sneak attacks on fellow disciples, you would have died many times over. Lu Yingfeng said proudly. Oh, you beat me up and now you're here to support me? I can't deny that you're strong, but do you really want to challenge a new student? Aren't you afraid that the older students will laugh their heads off? Gu Maolu said in a deep voice. All I know is that my younger brother has been beaten up. As his older brother, I naturally have to stand out and seek justice for my younger brother. Otherwise, wouldn't my younger brother be bullied and humiliated by others in the future? Luxia coldly spoke. Lu Yingfeng's arrogant attitude caused Jiang Chen to dismiss it with a smile. Such a person was destined to not be able to go far. How could a narrow-minded and unkind person be able to comprehend the great Tao? Then you'll have to get past me first. Humph. Gu Maolu immediately stood in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could defeat Lu Yingfeng, but Jiang Chen was definitely not Luxia's opponent. Among the older students, this fellow was extremely difficult to deal with. You're no match for me, so why bother asking for trouble? Gu Maotsu, if you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite. Luxia's eyes turned cold. On the Heaven Ascension ranking, I'm ranked 492nd, while you're ranked 468. How much stronger can you be compared to me? Without a real battle, how do you know that I'm no match for you? Gu Maotsu was also extremely proud. After all, Jiang Chen was his friend. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was an outstanding genius among the new students, but compared to the older students, he had no advantage at all. If he didn't cultivate for 10 or 20,000 years, how would he be able to settle down in the Tongxian Mansion? Although the experts in the Tongxian Mansion were also late divine kings, they couldn't be compared to the late divine kings outside. Cultivating in the Heaven Dragon Prison allowed them to constantly compress and refine their divine origin Qi, allowing their strength to constantly improve. Even if they couldn't break through to the Venerable Realm, they were already outstanding amongst their peers. Let me do it. I also want to see if the experts on the Heaven Ascension ranking are the real deal. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that Gu Maozu had good intentions, but Lu Zhi wasn't easy to deal with. Although it was a battle, Jiang Chen could feel that Lu Zhi's strength was definitely higher than Gu Maozu's. Jiang Chen, don't make a mistake. You're no match for him. Our Tongxian mansion doesn't prohibit life and death battles. The loser can only be eliminated by history. You're just a new student. If you avoid a battle, he won't insist on fighting. Gu Maozu transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. I really don't care about a guy who's ranked last on the Heaven Ascension ranking. Jiang Chen said to Gu Maozu in a serious tone. Lu Zhi's expression suddenly changed. This guy actually didn't care about him? Who did he think he was? He was just a new student. How could he be so arrogant and conceited? Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he defeated one or two seniors? Gu Maozu cursed in his heart. Do you think it's so easy to get on the Heaven Ascension ranking? They were all true experts, and all of them were elites. From the mid-divine king realm to the hierarch realm, it was just third brother's cultivation realm. However, there were more than 500 people who were strong and weak. It was enough to show how terrifying the Heaven Ascension ranking was. There were thousands of experts in the Tongxian mansion, but only a few could make it onto the Heaven Ascension ranking. Those who made it onto the Heaven Ascension ranking all had their own methods. It was impossible for them to be ordinary people. Hee, good. Looks like your strength isn't bad. Then, I have nothing to worry about. If others say that I'm bullying a new student, I, Lu Zhi, will not be able to bear it. Brat, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Originally, my big brother only wanted to teach you a lesson. Since you're so stubborn, then I can only send you to hell. Lu Yingfeng's heart was already blooming with joy. His big brother did not want to kill him. After all, he was a senior and an expert on the Heaven Ascension ranking. If he killed a new student, he would definitely be laughed at. However, this guy was courting death, so there was no reason for him to let him go. Jiang Chen, you're really too reckless. Gu Maozu smiled bitterly. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already offended Lu Zhi. This battle of life and death was unavoidable. Some of the seniors in the surroundings also looked over. Although Lu Zhi was not a peak expert in the Tongxian mansion, he was not to be underestimated. How could a genius on the Heaven Ascension ranking be a coward? An arrogant guy actually dared to ask an expert on the Heaven Ascension ranking to take action. This new student would definitely die. Jiang Chen let out a smile and said to Gu Maozu. In my, Jiang Chen's life, there's only death or victory. I've never avoided a battle. Make your move, I'm in a hurry to cultivate. Jiang Chen and Lu Zhi stared at each other. Lu Zhi was so angry that he burst out laughing. He kept shaking his head with a lecturing look on his face. There are always some arrogant guys who think they're better than others. You're one of them. Noisy, you've already made me lose my patience. Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. Lu Zhi let out a cold laugh and mercilessly raised his hand, emitting a golden ray that approached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2947. Every time a new student enters the Tongxian mansion, there would always be someone who doesn't know what's good for them, wanting to challenge the seniors to establish their prestige. But every time, they are destined to fail. No one has ever defeated a senior student. No matter how talented the new students are, they are still hotheads after all. They have shouldered too much glory. Naturally, they don't want to be inferior to others. Their reputation as geniuses has been praised for too long, causing them to lose their sense of self and become arrogant. In the end, they are destined to die miserably. The reputation of a genius cannot be doubted. The glory of the seniors is also inviolable. The seniors shook their heads inwardly. Even ordinary seniors were not easy to deal with, let alone a peerless expert in the top 500 of the Heaven Ascension ranking. If you are a genius, do you think I'm a coward? Lu Zhixing had cultivated for more than 100,000 years more than Jiang Chen. Although he was only a late divine king, he could definitely fight against 5 experts of the same level outside the Tongxian mansion. This was the source of his confidence. Since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. In an instant, the two of them clashed with each other. Each of their attacks was deadly and ruthless. Lu Zhi didn't show any mercy, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid either. His punches created a deafening sound, whistling through the air like a hot knife through butter. Needless to say, Lu Zhi's strength was extraordinary. His powerful attacks caused people's hearts to palpitate. His iron palms seemed to be able to split the void. 5 thunder palms. Lu Zhi approached Lu Yingfeng step by step, exerting his full strength as a late divine king. Lu Zhi did not underestimate Lu Yingfeng at all because he knew that Lu Yingfeng must have his own strength to be defeated by Jiang Chen in just 3 moves. If Lu Yingfeng underestimated Jiang Chen, it would be shameful if they were to fight evenly. Therefore, Lu Zhi aimed to kill with a single strike. His powerful strike was like the rumbling of 5 thunders. Thunder rumbled as the 5 thunder palms generated lightning from the center of his palm. Jiang Chen was as unmoving as a mountain. He threw a punch across the air without any fancy moves. His body of flesh and blood was comparable to King Kong. The 5 thunder palms struck out 3 times in a row, all of which were blocked by Jiang Chen. Furthermore, neither of them managed to gain the slightest advantage. Gu Maolu trembled with fear as he watched, while Jiang Chen was completely at ease. It seemed as if he was dealing with Lu Zhi with ease. Startling feather sword. When Lu Zhi saw that he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, he took out his primordial divine weapon. The sword rain was like hooks, the qi was like hanging silk, and the falling petals and flying feathers were unstoppable. True Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's gaze was like a torch, and his eyes were as cold as frost. He did not have the mood to continue being entangled with this fellow. So what if he was in the top 500 of the heaven roll? In my eyes, Jiang Chen, geniuses can't even withstand a single blow. I'm going to trample over all the geniuses and soar into the sky. This is the attitude an expert should have. After the transformation of the true dragon palm, Jiang Chen's control over the true dragon seal had become even more proficient. The roar of the dragon was like thunder, and as the seal rotated, it tore through the void. A tyrannical intent soared into the 9 heavens. When Jiang Chen's true dragon seal faced the startling feather sword, it was like a violent dragon that could devour the heavens and earth, easily shattering Lu Zhi's primordial divine weapon. At that instant, Jiang Chen's seal rotated, unleashing a heaven-shaking might. Many seniors' expressions changed drastically. Who would have thought that a freshman would be able to shatter Lu Zhi's primordial divine weapon with a single palm strike? Lu Zhi also retreated with an unsightly expression. Not only did Jiang Chen's true dragon seal effortlessly shatter the primordial divine weapon that he was so proud of, it even caused his body to suffer great pressure. This fellow is too terrifying. I can't defeat him. Lu Zhi's heart trembled as he retreated again and again. Those with discerning eyes could see that Jiang Chen's attack was like a flood that broke the dam. I admit defeat. Lu Zhi raised his hand and said. His face was ashen as he staggered backwards. His momentum was almost completely destroyed by Jiang Chen's consecutive punches. Since he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, there was no reason for him to continue fighting. Where there's life, there's hope. It's too late. From the moment you attacked, you're already dead. Jiang Chen said coldly. His killing intent was like a rainbow, causing Lu Yingfeng to tremble in fear. No! Fear rose in Lu Zhi's heart. Not only did Jiang Chen not retreat, he became even more domineering. After 9 punches, all the meridians in Lu Zhi's body were shattered, his bones were crushed, and even his soul suffered great damage. He was on the verge of death. I'll kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Although Jiang Chen's words were spoken calmly, in Lu Zhi's heart, it was a death sentence. Jiang Chen was a man of his word. Before Lu Zhi could react, Jiang Chen's 5 elemental divine fire had already turned into a ray of fiery light and landed on Lu Zhi's body. Everyone gasped. Among the older students, many of their faces turned pale. They couldn't believe that Lu Zhi, who was ranked in the top 500 of the heaven ranking, could not even withstand a single blow from this new student, and was even killed mercilessly. The flames burned away. Lu Zhi let out a furious roar. Both his soul and body had turned into ashes. Gu Maolu was shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to reach such a level. He was indeed a guy who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. Lu Yingfeng was also dumbfounded. His brother was his backer in the Tongxian mansion. Now that his brother was dead, the people he had offended in the Tongxian mansion would most likely cause trouble for him. His days in the Tongxian mansion would be extremely difficult. Big brother. Big brother. Lu Yingfeng murmured. However, Lu Zhi had already vanished into thin air. If you don't leave now, you'll be the next one to die. Jiang Chen did not kill Lu Yingfeng. He only said coldly. He needed to spread this news to more older students, to let them know that he, Jiang Chen, was not someone to be trifled with. Lu Yingfeng was so scared that he wet his pants. His face was pale, and his heart was trembling. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he escaped from the Heaven Dragon prison as if he had been granted amnesty. This new student is not ordinary. Yeah, Lu Xia is already dead. It seems like this new student is a genius that only appears once in hundreds of thousands of years. This batch of freshmen is indeed quite shocking. The older student sighed. Although Lu Xia's death might not cause a huge commotion in the outer mansion of the Tongxian mansion, many people were fearful of Jiang Chen's battle. He had killed the chicken to warn the monkey, so that no one would disturb their cultivation. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, I've really underestimated you. I'm afraid I'll have to call you senior brother in the future. Your strength should be comparable to brother Bai Yingbai's, right? Gu Maolu finally let out a long sigh of relief. The worry in his heart had completely dissipated. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. The two of them went back to their own cultivation. However, Gu Maolu was unable to calm his heart for a long time. He was curious about Jiang Chen. Did Han Shaoqian's death really have nothing to do with him? In the Heaven Dragon prison, Jiang Chen had been cultivating for more than a year, but it was still very peaceful. Gu Maolu had already woken up. Jiang Chen had been cultivating for a year, which was something that many of the older students couldn't achieve. Jiang Chen felt like he was in a dream through the layers of the Heaven Dragon prison. It was as if he had seen a person, a figure as tough as steel, with a rock-like aura. His back was as straight as a mountain, but his back was chained by 9 scorching red steel chains, locking onto his shoulder blades. It was excruciating. Jiang Chen could even feel the despair, anger, and pain. The unyielding will and indestructible divine soul were attacking the shackles of death. Why is my heart aching? Chapter 29:48. At the top of the gate of Tongxian, on top of the Green Mountain, a figure was standing gracefully. She was as ethereal as an immortal. She danced in the air, aloof from the world. Clear waters, green ponds, gurgling water, secluded valleys, at the end of the greenery, wind alone on a boat, green willows as thin as silk, not to mention the beauty of the past, a sad song, intoxicated the mortal heart, only 100 years of wind and rain like dust. The woman was as graceful as a swallow, her clothes fluttering in the wind, her long hair dancing in the wind, moving one's heart like a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. Her eyes were like the ripples of autumn water. Although she was absent-minded, she still had the temperament of an owl. In front of her, a white cloud covered her eyes. The mist was enchanting, dripping between the mountains and rivers. Her heart was like a raging fire, 100 years old, lonely, with no one to rely on, her heart like a god. The great rivers and mountains, thousands of miles, could not compare to the touch of anticipation in her heart. More than 100 years had passed, but there was still no news of him. The woman was on a boat above the clear water, her white dress fluttering in the wind. Misty rain fell from the sky, making it seem more peaceful than the fire of the world. An azure dragon soared into the sky, lightly trampling over the surface of the crimson water. It was soundless, like a swimming dragon playing in the water. Only boundless ripples were left behind, the wind leaving no trace behind. On the azure dragon's side, a young man with a jade-like face appeared. He stood behind the woman with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was worried, his eyes filled with pain. "You have been standing here for 7 years. After a long while, the man said in a low voice, his expression extremely grave. He was worried that her frail body would not be able to endure the chi of the glacial jade lake. Although there was some displeasure between his brows, there was no vexation, only endless concern. The woman's expression was still as calm as water, light as the sky. She smiled. Although her face was slightly pale, she was still calm and unmoving. Cough cough, cough cough. If one day I sink into the icy green pond, I wonder if he will know? The woman coughed softly and smiled sadly. Countless ripples once again appeared in her heart that was as calm as an ancient well. The man frowned, but he did not know how to answer. He only had endless concern, but he did not have the heart to express it. The sole power of the 3-tailed spirit fox isn't enough to extend your life? The man's eyes were filled with loneliness as he murmured. His heart ached as he clenched his fists tightly. His face was filled with coldness and helplessness. If life is only like the first time we met, Why does the autumn wind grieve the painting fan? It is easy to change the hearts of old friends, but it is difficult to change the hearts of old friends. The empty mountain ends in the middle of the clear night. The rain of tears lingers in the end without resentment. How could it be better to wear embroidered robes, to live together like a pair of wings and branches? It's a pity that I'm not a pair of birds flying together. What is love in the world? It is only a promise of life and death. If he is not here, I will accompany you. 10 years like this, 100 years like before, 1,000 years without regrets, 10,000 years to become true. I believe that one day, you will be willing to stand by my side and look at the great mountains and rivers with me. The man said faintly with deep emotions. The woman shook her head and said in a low voice, Senior Brother Long, I understand your feelings. However, my heart is already tightly connected with his. You are like a rock, I am like a reed. The reed is like silk, the rock cannot be moved. I will wait for him. 1 year is not too late. 10 years is the same. 100 years. I don't know if I will have another 100 years. The woman said sadly. Her lips were filled with bitterness and longing. She knew that she did not have long to live, but he did not appear. She was not afraid of death, but she was afraid that she would never see him again. What did he do to deserve your eternal love? The man who was called Senior Brother Long smiled bitterly and shook his head. He felt helpless. I hate the heavens for taking away my 10,000 years. If we had met earlier, we would not have been fated to be together. I know that Senior Brother Long is deeply in love with me, and I understand your feelings, but please don't be like this in the future. Sister Xu's heart can no longer contain anyone else. Senior Brother Long's great kindness, Sister Xu is unable to repay it, so please don't mention it again. Sister Xu shook her head and said, All right, I will not mention it again. But don't worry, I will not let you die. I definitely won't. Now that he is not by your side, I will protect you. If he is gone forever, I will protect you forever. Senior Brother Long said in a low voice. He was Yu Chenglong, one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. He was one of the top 50 in the sky roll. Even he could not do anything about her illness. Senior Brother Long's cultivation cannot be delayed. I am a person who is about to die. It is not worth it for Senior Brother Long to do this for me. Sister Xu said in a low voice. I know whether it is worth it or not. I will look for Elder Dan Chen again. I don't believe that even he cannot do anything. Senior Brother Long. Sigh. Sister Xu sighed. Her face was pale and she felt guilty. She had already caused Yu Chenglong to be unable to enter the inner sect. Now, she had to work so hard for her. She really could not bear to do this. Most importantly, she did not have much time left, but he had never given up. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he still wanted to go deep into the tiger's den. Previously, she had left Tongxian Mansion to help her get the 3-tailed fox spirit to cross the calamity, but she still could not completely cure her illness. In fact, for the past 100 years, her condition had been getting worse. She did not know when she would leave this boundless big world. This world does not belong to me. Sister Xu sighed. Little Sister Xu muttered to herself. If it wasn't for the fact that he was supporting her willpower to continue living, she might not have been able to hold on much longer. Yu Chenglong flew towards Tongxian Mansion's elder courtyard. In front of Elder Dan Chen's cave, Yu Chenglong sincerely and respectfully knelt in front of the door. Outer sect disciple, Yu Chenglong, requests to see Elder Dan. Elder Dan Chen was one of the 3 great alchemy elders of Tongxian Mansion. His alchemy skills were extremely powerful. He was also the kindest person among all the mentors and elders in the entire Tongxian Mansion. Yu Chenglong had helped Elder Dan Chen many times to search for medicine in the mountains. Hence, he had a good relationship with him and treated him as an elder. Come in. A calm voice reverberated in the air. Yu Chenglong's face was filled with joy. He quickly entered Elder Dan Chen's cave. Elder Dan, Yu Chenglong asks you to save Sister Xu. Chenglong is willing to do anything for you for the rest of my life. I hope Elder Dan agrees. Yu Chenglong lowered his head and said with a solemn face. Chenglong, oh Chenglong, what should I say to you? Elder Dan Chen said in a deep voice. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform. His voice was a little cold, making Yu Chenglong feel extremely pressured. Elder Dan Chen was a genuine hierarch expert. Even in the elder courtyard, he was an extremely powerful existence. Elder Dan, Please help me. In Tongxian Mansion, you are my teacher and elder. Chapter 2949. A man's ambition is everywhere. Live as a hero and die as a hero. For this girl, you've neglected your cultivation for 100 years. You should have entered the inner mansion long ago, but you've even suppressed your chance to enter the venerable realm. Do you know how many people dream of this chance but you don't know how to cherish it? For a girl who doesn't like you, is it really worth it? I've watched you grow. You're invincible in the outer sect now. If it wasn't for you suppressing your strength, you would have entered the inner mansion long ago. Plus, once you enter the half-step venerable realm, you'll definitely become a venerable. Thousands of years later, you'll become a teacher of Tongxian Mansion. Your talent is something I've never seen in my life, but you've wasted it. Haze, I'm really heartbroken. Elder Dan Chen had a feeling of hating iron for not becoming steel. But Yu Chenglong was bewitched by that vixen and had long lost his initial heart of an expert. This was a huge taboo in cultivation. Elder Dan Chen was concerned about Chenglong, but this fellow was still thick-head and thick-head. Elder Wan Wangdan, you must help Chenglong. Yu Chenglong said while clenching his teeth. His heart was already restless. How could he not know what Elder Dan Chen had said? But for the sake of his love, he felt that everything was worth it. Since you insist, I won't say anything else. You should know what I'm thinking. It's not impossible to save her, but you need at least a divine emperor to do it. How many divine emperor experts are there in Tongxian Mansion, or even the entire northern cold divine region? Even if there are, who would be willing to help you? That kind of expert is not someone we can look up to. Even though our mansion lord is a divine emperor expert, he's very secretive. Only the second and third mansion lords are half-step divine emperor experts. But even if they help, they would be heavily injured and suffer a backlash. If it's not someone close to them, no matter how great the temptation is, it might not be able to move the second and third mansion lords. Not to mention you, even I might not be able to take out something that could move the two mansion lords. Elder Dan Chen said in a deep voice. To Yu Chenglong, these words were like a bolt from the blue. Divine Emperor Realm. What a powerful existence that was. Such an expert was destined to be looked up to. Since ancient times, there were only a few divine emperors from Tongxian Mansion. As for the two manor heads, Yu Chenglong could only smile bitterly in his heart. He was merely an outer palace disciple. How could he be compared to the manor heads? Is there really no other way? Yu Chenglong's complexion was deathly pale as he said dejectedly. Dan Chen looked at his face that looked like he had nothing left to live for. She was even angrier in her heart. But trapped by love, who could explain it clearly? It's not like there's no way at all. What is it? Yu Chenglong's eyes lit up, and a glimmer of hope was reignited in his heart. Back then when I asked you to find the three-tailed fox spirit, you might have been able to save her life. However, it was a drop in the bucket. There's only one way left, and that's Soul Fairy. Elder Dan Chen said. What Soul Fairy? Yu Chenglong asked. Using one's own soul to ferry another's soul. The result would be a light injury. A heavy injury would result in the soul dissipating. Moreover, it might not be able to save her. Elder Dan Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes stared at Yu Chenglong, but he didn't care at all. All right, I'll use this method to help her soul fairy. Yu Chenglong smiled as if he was relieved of a huge burden. Having a method was always better than having no method. Elder Dan Chen said that although the chances were slim, it wasn't that there was no chance at all. You're really infuriating me. Scram. Elder Dan Chen sent out a palm wind, and Yu Chenglong was blasted out of his cave. However, the latter's face was filled with joy as he turned around and left. In the Heaven Dragon prison, Jiang Chen cultivated silently. There was no joy or sorrow in his heart, and he had nothing to worry about. During this period of time, his dragon transformation skill circulated countless times, and his strength improved tremendously. Moreover, during this period of time, the heavenly fire seemed to have no effect on Jiang Chen at all. Therefore, ordinary people would have to leave after cultivating here for a year and a half. But for him, once he cultivated, time passed silently. In his dream, Jiang Chen saw a man whose entire body was tied up with steel chains. His bones were all broken, and he was chained to a pipa. As for who that man was, Jiang Chen couldn't see clearly. Because it was too blurry, he seemed to hear that man calling out to him, but he couldn't hear it clearly. Jiang Chen didn't know if it was a dream or reality. If it was real, who was that man? Unexpectedly, his heart also ached dully along with it. Gu Maolu had been guarding this place for 100 years. In this 100 years, Jiang Chen had completely emptied Gu Maolu, and he had even borrowed all his friends to gamble on Jiang Chen's empty cultivation space in the Heaven Dragon prison. 20,000 heavenly fire crystals was only enough for 5 years of cultivation. 100 years of cultivation had cost him more than 300,000 heavenly fire crystals. If Gu Maolu hadn't used his wealth to exchange for and borrow a lot, Jiang Chen would have been thrown out of the Heaven Dragon prison long ago. At this time, what he feared the most was that someone would disturb him. If that happened, all his previous cultivation would be in vain. Brat, it's time to pay this year's tribute, right? Haha yeah. Do you really need our big brother Qin to collect it personally for such a small matter? I let you off last year, but there won't be such a good thing this year. More than 10 people looked at the person in front of them mockingly and arrogantly. Brother Qin, this is this year's heavenly fire crystals. Amo Kihan said with a smile. His expression was somewhat unnatural, but he had no choice but to lower his head. For the past 100 years, they had been bullied by Qin Feng. Now that Tan County was getting stronger and stronger, and Qin Feng had the support of someone else, even Chiling County and Fengdu County did not dare to fight against Qin Feng. They paid their tributes and could only let Qin Feng do whatever he wanted. In the Profound Connection Divine Palace, there were also different factions. Fengdu County and Chiling County were not weak. With Wang Cheng and Feng Yidao there, Qin Feng did not go overboard. However, the person behind Qin Feng was very powerful and was also from the Tan County. He was a great help to Qin Feng. This also allowed Qin Feng to have a good time among the new students. He had the aura of a new overlord. Wang Cheng and Feng Yidao had also fought with Qin Feng before, but they could only admit defeat. Yan Qingqing did not care about worldly affairs, as if she did not come from the Lone Dragon County. She cultivated alone. Lu Dong and Dong Huang Taib were the strongest in the Lone Dragon County. However, both of them had fought against Qin Feng before and lost. Since then, the Lone Dragon County had lost its leader and was being bullied. It's different this year. 50 is not enough. You have to pay 80 heavenly fire crystals. Chapter 2950. What? 80 pieces of heavenly flame crystal? Why don't you rob us? Qin Feng, don't go overboard. Lu Dong said. I'm going overboard? Hee, I'm not the one who asked for it. Why don't you go and argue with the Jiang brothers? These heavenly flame crystals are not for me to take. They are for the Jiang brothers, the eldest brother of Tan County. Qin Feng sneered. We can only refine 100 pieces of heavenly flame crystal in a year. These guys are too greedy. Yeah, even the fastest among us could only refine 200 pieces of heavenly flame crystal. How are we going to cultivate now that they're asking for half of it? They're robbers. Luo Ping and the others were indignant, but they could only swallow their anger. Previously, they were still able to sit still and accept 50 pieces of heavenly flame crystals. But this time, they were asking for 80 pieces of heavenly flame crystals. They had painstakingly condensed the heavenly flame crystals in the Heavenly Dragon Tower, but in the end, it was all given to them. Qin Feng, don't go overboard. Amo Kihan also felt greatly insulted. Previously, Lone Dragon County was declining, but he still gave enough face to the Jiang brothers. Qin Feng's offerings were already much more than the other two counties, but now, he suddenly had so much more. He was like a vampire. If you're not convinced, then come. Isn't Jiang Chen very powerful? Now that you've become a coward, you bunch of motley crew, do you still want to rebel? I've already done my best for you. 80 pieces of heavenly flame crystal for each of you. Qin Feng will not let you go. Of course, what you have to face is not me, but the wrath of the Jiang brothers. Qin Feng's words made Amo Kahan relax his clenched fists. They knew how strong the Jiang brothers were. The fourth brother of the Jiang family had once defeated Lu Dong with a single palm because Lu Dong had taken the lead to protest. But in the end, he was suppressed by Qin Feng alone. The eldest brother, the second brother and the third brother of the Jiang family had yet to make a move. It should be known that these two brothers were the top experts of the Outer Mansion, second only to the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Mansion. They had cultivated for more than 100,000 years more than them. In the Tongxian Mansion, They were well known and had even entered the top 100 experts of the Heaven Ascension list. The people of the Lone Dragon County could only choose to submit in the end. It's all that damn Jiang Chen's fault. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state. That's right. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen offending Qin Feng, how could we be implicated by him? Where was the awe-inspiring presence of the new students? Now, I don't know where he is hiding to cultivate. He doesn't even dare to fart. What a coward. That's really bad luck. It's all Jiang Chen's fault. Some of the people of the Lone Dragon County who were not familiar with Jiang Chen started to complain about the enmity between Jiang Chen and Qin Feng. Obviously, Qin Feng was vengeful. He vented his anger towards Jiang Chen on them, making them scapegoats. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. Even if they were the chosen ones among the geniuses, there was no exception. Qin Feng's face was full of arrogance, but no one dared to offend him. Especially after he put out the name of the Jiang brothers, there was no one who dared to oppose him. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, don't come out if you have the guts. I will make you a sinner for eternity. If you dare to go against me, I will kill all the people of the Lone Dragon County. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. He had not seen Jiang Chen for 100 years. He did not know where that fellow was hiding to cultivate. Other than Gu Maolu and Bai Ying, no one else knew about it. Dong Huang Tai's face was gloomy. Qin Feng had forced them to pay the tribute time and time again. Now they were forced into a dead end. Although they were filled with hatred and fear, if they did not fight back, they would be completely crushed by Qin Feng. Moreover, the gap between them and the others would become bigger and bigger. Others could enter the Heavenly Dragon Prison with the help of the Heavenly Flame Crystals, but they could only be treated like cattle, ordered around by Qin Feng and the people behind Qin Feng. This kind of humiliation was slowly distorting their hearts. I, Dong Huang Tai, will never pay 80 Heavenly Flame Crystals. Dong Huang Tai said. I, Lu Dong, will not either. Dong Huang Tai and Lu Dong looked at each other. After all, they were friends from the Lone Dragon County and they were familiar with Jiang Chen. Their relationship was definitely better than Qin Feng's. Oh, are the two of you really thinking of rebelling? You want to go against me with just the likes of you? What wishful thinking. Not to mention the Jiang brothers, you can't even get past me. You want to fight against me? You're not even qualified. Qin Feng said Lung Lung. How would I know if I don't try? I, Dong Huang Tai, have never seen eye to eye with you. I would rather die in battle than to be your slave. Dong Huang Tai stared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered. Seems like they're going to rebel if I don't kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Brother Dong Huang is right. We entered the Tongxian mansion to become the strongest of our generation, not to be your slave. I will fight until the end. Lu Dong said fiercely. He was not afraid of Qin Feng at all. All right. The two of you can come together. I, Qin Feng, will take both of your heads to show my might. Let's see who can stop me. Qin Feng said domineeringly. Brother Qin, if we don't teach them a lesson, they will never know how powerful you are. Yeah. A bunch of reckless fools. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will think that they're geniuses. Geniuses? Do you think you're worthy? Ha ha. Geniuses. We have to step on the heads of geniuses to become strong. The people behind Qin Feng laughed and said. They completely ignored the 50 people from the Lone Dragon County. Although these 50 people were filled with anger and unwillingness, they could only cultivate for 5 to 7 days in the Heavenly Dragon Prison every year. They would never forget that kind of humiliation. Although Qin Feng was despicable and arrogant, his strength was extremely strong. Even Wang Chang from Fengdu County and Feng Yidao from Chiling County had to admit defeat to him. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. Lu Dong coldly harumphed. His expression was grave and stern as he instinctively rushed forward, directly towards Qin Feng. Dong Huang Tai was also overbearing. Both of them were at the peak mid-Divine King realm. Qin Feng had already reached the late Divine King realm. The battle between the three of them attracted everyone's attention. The Heavenly Dragon Prison instantly turned into a battlefield. Chapter 2951. Undeniably, Qin Feng's strength was much stronger than Dong Huang Tai and Lu Dong. The two's frenzied attacks posed no threat to Qin Feng at all. Terrifying qi waves forced the surrounding people to retreat, but they could not move Qin Feng at all. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, lightning flashed, and its imposing manner soared into the heavens. It was unstoppable. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art. Divine Golden Bell. Dong Huang Taiji's strength was much stronger than before, but Qin Feng was even stronger than him. Like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, Lu Dong's sword qi swept across the void, shocking countless people. Except for Qin Feng, everyone's expression changed drastically. This fella's strength is so terrifying. Lu Dong and Dong Huang Tai-A's strength is on par, but it's still unknown if they can defeat Qin Feng. You're right. Even Feng Yidao of Chiling County and Wang Cheng of Fengdu County were defeated by Qin Feng. It won't be easy for them to turn this around. Lu Dong's sword was like a meteor shower. Rays of cold light shot up like a rain of swords. Qin Feng was calm and composed. He easily shattered Lu Dong's sword rain with a single strike. Lu Dong also retreated. Dong Huang Tai-A and Lu Dong joined hands, but they could not even shake Qin Feng. At this moment, their expressions were extremely solemn. Both of you are not my match. As disciples of Tongxian Mansion, I do not want to kill you. Of course, you need to understand your own situation first. Qin Feng said faintly. Lu Dong and Dong Huang Tai-A couldn't gain any advantage from him. Qin Feng did not want to fight to the death. Otherwise, he would be heavily injured even if he managed to defeat the two of them. Qin Feng would not do something like that. He liked to look down on others. But I'm a stubborn person. I won't give up until I see my coffin. Lu Dong sneered. This was their last chance. He also knew that Qin Feng wanted to preserve his strength and prestige. However, at this time, they had already been forced into a desperate situation. If they didn't fight back, they might be crushed to the point that they couldn't breathe. Since things had come to this, they had already shed all pretense of cordiality. If they surrendered so easily, then they would be even more miserable than before. Under Qin Feng's oppression, they would find it hard to breathe. Stubborn fool. Don't blame me for being merciless. Qin Feng harumphed. His expression turned cold. His eyes were as cold as ice. Again. Dong Huang Tai-A and Lu Dong looked at each other. Their battle was not only about their own glory, it was also about the survival of the entire Lone Dragon County's genius disciples. Otherwise, they would forever be trampled by others, forever at the bottom of the pyramid. The determination of the two moved the people of the Lone Dragon County. However, since it had come to this, they had to fight to the death. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Qin Feng grasped the ice-silver spear in his hand and pierced through the void. The spear pierced through the air, flickering with a cold light. Dong Huang Tai-A retreated for the sake of advancing. His expression was solemn as he circulated the Eastern Emperor Limitless Art to its limit. His strength was the most solid and profound. God-sealing prohibition. A ray of green light descended from the sky. Qin Feng swept his silver spear and forced Dong Huang Tai-A to retreat. Lu Dong seized the chance and chased after Dong Huang Tai-A. A sword and spear intertwined, light and shadow intertwined. Qin Feng remained calm, fighting one against two without showing any signs of losing. The two of you are still not my match. Qin Feng roared. His silver spear turned into rays of silver light, sealing Dong Huang Tai-A's path of retreat. The silver light pierced through Tai-A's body and sent him flying. Lu Dong's sword rained down. The two of them fought with their lives on the line. Qin Feng sneered, displaying the might of a late divine king. A cold light pierced through the sky. The two of them were shaken by the impact. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He looked down on everyone. In this battle, he had practically cut through the Gordian knot, but he had also consumed a lot of energy. Although he was not injured, he did not want to fight the two of them to the death. His aim was not to kill them. He would suffer great losses if he killed them as a warning. He wanted the heavenly fire crystals so that he could teach them a lesson in the future. These people were his treasures. If they died, no one would be able to give him the heavenly fire crystals anymore. Forget it. Amo Kahan pulled Lu Dong's shoulder and said. Qin Feng had the upper hand in this battle. Although the two of them still had the strength to fight, the outcome was not optimistic. Amo Kahan and the others knew this very well. Qin Feng did not kill them. He had his own plans. However, Dong Huang Tai-A and Lu Dong were furious. However, they calmed down after being stopped by Amo Kahan. Qin Feng did not kill them not because he pitied them, but because he was worried that they would not be able to serve him in the future. Humph! Lu Dong harumphed as he clenched the heavenly fire crystals in his hand. He had spent a lot of effort to condense them. He could only condense 200 heavenly fire crystals in a year. He could only cultivate in the Heaven Dragon Prison for 20 days. Yet, he still had to give Qin Feng 80 heavenly fire crystals. What's the difference between him and a vampire? Dong Huang Tai felt the same. Although they were unwilling, Amo Qihan stopped them for their own good. If this battle was a choice of life and death, they would definitely lose miserably. He and Dong Huang Tai had to choose life and death. The people of the Lone Dragon County could only silently endure the humiliation. No one was willing to hand over their hard-earned money as it was equivalent to asking for their lives. Some of them could only condense 120 to 130 heavenly fire crystals in a year. They gave 60 to 70% of their earnings to Qin Feng. However, they were from the Lone Dragon County. Qiling County and Fengdu County gave each of them 30 heavenly fire crystals. They did not have any conflict with Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng did not treat the people of the Lone Dragon County as human beings. If they resisted, he would kill them without mercy. I will take my revenge sooner or later. Lu Dong gritted his teeth. He wanted to eat Qin Feng's flesh. Wasn't this the reason why their cultivation realm could not keep up with Qin Feng's for 100 years? Under such circumstances, the genius disciples of the Lone Dragon County who entered the Tongxian Mansion were greatly restricted. They could only cultivate in the Heaven Dragon Prison for less than 1/10 of the time of the others. How could they fight against Qin Feng? Chapter 2952. Everyone was unhappy. They had placed their hopes on Dong Huang Tai and Lu Dong, but the result was the same. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Qin Feng seemed to enjoy their furious expressions. That arrogant attitude, that feeling of trampling on others' dignity made him stand above everyone else. I like it when you guys hate me but can't get rid of me, Qin Feng said with a cold smile. His attitude towards everyone was the same as disdain. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and hand it over. What are you talking about? Hurry up. I want to cultivate as soon as possible. A bunch of cowards. You guys deserve to be bullied. Cultivate if you're not strong enough, trash. Not only Qin Feng, even the people behind Qin Feng sneered at the people from Lone Dragon County. However, they were now in the outer palace of Profound Connection Divine Palace. They were the lowest existences among the freshmen. The glory of the past had long left them. You must endure great humiliation if you want to be above everyone else. I've never heard that when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, it must first torture his will and exhaust his muscles and bones. One day, when you have the strength to surpass me, I, Qin Feng, am willing to be your stepping stone. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and smiled leisurely. At this moment, more than 50 people from the Lone Dragon County took out their heavenly fire crystals reluctantly. This was their year's worth of hard work. This was their motivation. But now they had to give it away. You said it yourself. From today onwards, you guys are my Jiang Chen slaves. Only when I'm satisfied will you be able to raise your head and talk to me. Jiang Chen's cold voice sounded beside Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. The guy who used to step on Qin Feng to get to the top had finally appeared. Jiang Chen? It's really him. Jiang Chen, where have you been for the past 100 years? Brother Jiang has finally appeared. With him here, our Lone Dragon County will not be bullied anymore, Lu Dong said while gritting his teeth. Fresh blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with a fearless aura. Jiang Chen, you still dare to appear in my eyes? Ha ha ha, it seems like you really don't know what's good for you. For the past 100 years, I thought you had become a coward. Qin Feng laughed as he stared fixedly at Jiang Chen. Not too long ago, 100 years ago, his brilliance could be said to be #1 among the freshmen. No one could compete with him. However, he had disappeared for 100 years, and his strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. At this time, how could Qin Feng let go of Jiang Chen? Unfortunately, Jiang Chen did not show up, which made him extremely annoyed. He could only vent his anger on the people from the Lone Dragon County. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen appeared. The anger in his heart gathered again and was directed at Jiang Chen. I didn't want to kill you, But you have gone too far. I'm afraid the people of the Lone Dragon County have been bullied by you. Jiang Chen looked at Amoki-han. Amoki-han and the others nodded silently. Although it was embarrassing, it was an undeniable fact. You, kid, don't think that I'm afraid of you. Who do you think you are? Back then at the top of the thunder-gathering peak, it was only because of your good luck that you lasted until the end. But what does that mean? Now, I will use you as an example to show you who's the #1 freshman. Right now, both Feng Yidao and Wang Cheng have already been defeated by me. If you choose to submit to me, then kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times. If you refuse, I will let you off. Ha! Qin Feng said with a smile, but his words were filled with mockery towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. People like you will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. You always think that you're invincible in the world. You don't know that you're a frog in a well. #1 freshman? Is it really that important to you? Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light as his aura surged. His goal had never been to be #1 among the new students. His goal was to dominate the universe, to surpass the people of the God world, and to surpass them all. Those who stand in my way shall die. Qin Feng's countenance slightly changed. This fella's aura made him feel solemn. It's useless to say more. Strength is everything. Only the strong have the right to speak. Otherwise, the loser will only be a dog. Qin Feng pointed his spear at Jiang Chen. He was full of arrogance and fearlessness. As you wish, Jiang Chen Langlung said. At this moment, his strength had reached the late Divine King realm. He was many times stronger than before. After 100 years of cultivation, the aura within Jiang Chen's body was extremely terrifying. When he woke up from his dream, Gu Maolu was shocked. They were both at the late Divine King realm and Jiang Chen had just broken through. But in his eyes, Jiang Chen was like an ancient ferocious beast, unstoppable and overbearing. After killing Jiang Chen, he would no longer have any resentment or obsession in his heart. For the past 100 years, whenever he cultivated to his peak state, there would always be a demon in his heart that he couldn't get rid of. Qin Feng knew that it was Jiang Chen. As long as he could defeat Jiang Chen, there would be no more hesitation, and he would be the #1 freshman. Senior brother Gu, do you think that Jiang Chen is confident? Luo Ping asked in a low voice. Many people from the Lone Dragon County looked at Jiang Chen curiously. Although he had obtained the first place in the lightning-gathering peak and was able to condense the heavenly fire crystal, it did not mean that he was the strongest. Compared to Qin Feng, Jiang Chen's strength seemed to be just a title. It was just a title. I only want to know how many rounds this new student will last in Jiang Chen's hands. Gu Maolu said with a smile. When Jiang Chen was a mid-divine king, he could defeat his enemies, kill Lu Jia and fight against the Jiang brothers. The current Jiang Chen would only be stronger than before. Although it was just a title, Gu Maolu believed that Jiang Chen could defeat Qin Feng. 100 years. That's 100 years. In the history of Tongxian Mansion, how many people could cultivate in the Heaven Dragon prison for 100 years? None, at least not in Gu Maolu's knowledge. Everyone else was working hard to condense the heavenly fire crystal, but Jiang Chen managed to break through to the late Divine King realm in just 100 years. Go to hell! Deep Freeze Silver Dragon. Qin Feng roared in rage. The silver spear in his hand flickered and a thunderous roar resounded. That roar seemed like it came from the silver spear. On top of the silver spear, there was a silver dragon that danced wildly, devouring the heavens and oppressing towards Jiang Chen. Everyone took a deep breath and mourned for Jiang Chen. Qin Feng's performance just now was powerful enough. Lu Dong and Dong Huang Tai were shocked by this move. If Qin Feng used this deep freeze silver dragon, neither of them would be able to withstand it. Chapter 2953. It was truly incomparably terrifying. At least in their understanding, it was not easy to receive this spear. If it were to hit them, they would most likely die. There were even people who thought that Jiang Chen would give up resisting, because Jiang Chen did not move at all. Like a huge dragon crashing into him, the silver dragon roared, swallowing thousands of miles. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth slightly hooked up into an undetectable arc at this moment. Nobody would have thought that he would actually want to receive the spear with just a single hand. The silver spear transformed into a dragon. Its aura was unparalleled. Jiang Chen's hands moved, grabbing onto the silver spear. It was as if that arrogant dragon's head was twisted by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and smashed it. The aura of the silver dragon was instantly shattered. The origin divine tool, the silver spear, was directly bent by Jiang Chen. It was completely twisted, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Everyone's breathing froze at this moment. Jiang Chen's methods were truly unbelievable, shocking to them. Even Qin Feng was dumbfounded. His strongest attack was like a child's toy in Jiang Chen's hands. The origin divine tool was instantly destroyed, turning into scrap metal. And Jiang Chen's sudden punch had already pierced through the air. There were no fancy methods, just a punch. With a single punch, the mountains and rivers were shattered, the wind was blown away. Run! Jiang Chen's aura was truly too strong. When he used his hand to destroy the silver spear, Qin Feng's complexion had already changed. However, it was already too late to escape. Jiang Chen's fist had already arrived. It seemed ordinary, but it directly caused Qin Feng's complexion to become extremely pale. Qin Feng used all of his strength to defend. Qin Feng was sent flying backwards. His chest had completely caved in. The bones in his body were already broken to the point where they couldn't be broken anymore. His meridians were all broken. He was no different from a cripple. Qin Feng's 7 apertures were bleeding. His face was pale white as he knelt on the ground, silently staring at Jiang Chen. The fear in his heart rose involuntarily. Why did I offend this malefic star? Aemo Kahan was speechless. They were both at the late Divine King realm and were both regarded as peerless prodigies. However, the arrogant Qin Feng was defeated by Jiang Chen in a single move and was almost killed. The people behind Qin Feng were dumbfounded. Dong Huang Tai A and the others were also shocked. They thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. But now, it seemed like it was a one-sided battle. Qin Feng could not even retaliate. This is Jiang Chen. He's worthy of being called a genius. Lu Dong and the others were excited. Their faces were flushed red. Jiang Chen's return was like the heaven and earth to them. None of them needed to look at Qin Feng's face anymore. Jiang Chen was like a god when he attacked. Qin Feng was no match for him. Everyone in the Lone Dragon County was incomparably happy. For more than 100 years, they had been oppressed by Qin Feng to the point that they did not even dare to raise their heads. Now, Jiang Chen had defeated Qin Feng with a single strike and turned the tables around. They had had enough of that humiliation and oppression. Jiang Chen had regained their dignity with his own strength. This was more worth celebrating than anything else. Piff. Qin Feng coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. This time, he almost lost his life on the spot. At the last moment, he knew that Jiang Chen had held back his strength. Otherwise, he would have died for sure. This battle was as easy as crushing dry weeds. There was no hesitation, no sloppiness. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not even have the chance to catch his breath. He's stronger than I have imagined. Gu Maolu's eyes flashed. Even he was shocked. If he were to fight with Jiang Chen, his chances of winning would not be high. Brother Jiang is still Brother Jiang. Although Luo Ping was used to Jiang Chen's strength, it was unbelievable that Jiang Chen was able to suppress Qin Feng in a battle of the same level. Our Lone Dragon County will never be bullied like this again. Aemo Kahan finally let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, the dozen or so people behind Qin Feng all had ugly expressions on their faces. They subconsciously took a few steps back, afraid that Jiang Chen would use them as targets and beat them up. Now, do you have anything else to say? Trash. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feng and said. The people behind him were dumbfounded and did not dare to take a step forward. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with fear. He kept shaking his head, because he couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen did it. Just a single strike was enough to make him lose his will to fight. He had already become a cripple. He wouldn't be able to recover even after 100 years. Now, he finally tasted the taste of pain. Hand over all the heavenly fire crystals. Even if you hide one, I will send you all to Avicii hell. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Qin Feng's people were shocked. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a sword. They did not dare to look at him directly. How would they dare to hide it? This is mine, it's all here. Mine, that's all I have. It's all with Qin Feng. The people handed over 20,000 heavenly fire crystals. Qin Feng was no exception. He alone had 40,000 heavenly fire crystals. He did not have the time to give the Jiang brothers the majority of the heavenly fire crystals. a total of 60,000 heavenly fire crystals. Jiang Chen handed them over to Amokahan. Distribute them. These were all looted by them, Jiang Chen said. As soon as his words fell, the 50 people of Lone Dragon County were shocked and overjoyed. They had never thought that Jiang Chen would give them all 60,000 heavenly fire crystals. It was a windfall from the sky. Not only was Jiang Chen not tempted by it, he even gave them the crystals out of mercy. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for your generosity. Brother Jiang is a role model for us. We swear to follow Brother Jiang until death. Those who complained about Jiang Chen were now grateful to Jiang Chen. Amo Kahan wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop him. He understood what they were trying to say, but he did not want to argue with them. A total of 60,000 heavenly fire crystals were distributed to everyone. Jiang Chen's generosity made them feel a sense of shame. Those who were filled with hatred towards Jiang Chen were completely speechless. Shen Lianqiao shook his head with an ugly expression. He said in a deep voice, Brother Jiang's benevolence is something that I, Shen Lianqiao, cannot compare to. I thought that Brother Jiang would take revenge on us, your former enemies. However, you repaid evil with kindness. I, Shen Lianqiao, am ashamed. If Brother Jiang needs anything, I will do it. Chapter 2954. I won't kill you, but you'll have to hand over half of the heavenly fire crystals in the Tan County for 100 years. After 100 years, we'll have nothing to do with each other and cultivate properly. Despicable means are not the way to go. Jiang Chen looked at Qin Feng silently. Qin Feng could only nod while gritting his teeth. However, he would not let this matter go. All right. I understand. Qin Feng nodded silently. He no longer had the elegance he had in the past. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He did not dare to say anything. However, the people behind him would never let this matter go. Qin Feng was able to reach where he was today without the support of the Jiang brothers. If the Jiang brothers knew about this, they would definitely look for Jiang Chen. All right, get lost now. Do you want me to treat you to a cup of tea? Jiang Chen said coldly. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. He was humiliated by Jiang Chen, but he could only swallow his anger. His skill was not as good as Jiang Chen's. He had nothing to say. But if you don't kill me, the Jiang brothers might not let you go. After Qin Feng and the others left, Dong Huang Tai looked at Jiang Chen with a profound gaze. The gap between him and Jiang Chen was unbridgeable. At least for now, he felt inferior to Jiang Chen. It was not an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen could never catch up to him. You've given me all the heavenly fire crystals. Do you know that you still owe me 300,000? Ha! Gu Maolu pointed at Jiang Chen and laughed. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Jiang Chen owes Gu Maolu 300,000 heavenly fire crystals? How the hell did he owe Gu Maolu 300,000 heavenly fire crystals? I know. Look at how stingy you are. TSK. 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 I'll give it to you now. Jiang Chen said jokingly. If it wasn't for Gu Maolu's protection, Jiang Chen might have been disturbed and woken up from his cultivation for the past 100 years. After 100 years of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the late Divine King realm. Jiang Chen's combat strength was no longer the same as before. Gu Maolu's contribution was great. Moreover, even he might not be able to take out those heavenly fire crystals. He must have borrowed them from various sources. But Gu Maolu didn't mention it. With a flip of his hand, Jiang Chen gave 400,000 heavenly fire crystals to Gu Maolu. Gu Maolu was slightly stunned and his heart was in turmoil. Amo Kahan, Lu Dong, and the others were dumbfounded. They could only condense hundreds of heavenly fire crystals in a year. How did Jiang Chen do it? How did he condense so many heavenly fire crystals in 100 years? These were all condensed while you were cultivating? Gu Maolu stuttered. Not much, about 3.5 million left. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Gu Maolu. Gu Maolu was completely dumbfounded. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't lying because he didn't want to deal a blow to these so-called geniuses. Little did he know, the instant he revealed 400,000 heavenly flame crystals, they were already shocked to the extreme. Bastard, pervert, devil. Gu Maolu didn't know how to describe Jiang Chen anymore. He immediately kept Jiang Chen's heavenly flame crystals. Dong Huang Tai sighed in his heart. No wonder you're not moved by those 60,000 heavenly flame crystals. Compared to those 400,000 heavenly flame crystals, 60,000 heavenly flame crystals are nothing. Jiang Chen, Qin Feng is easy to deal with, but you must be wary of the person behind him. Mo Qihan said with a serious expression. That's right. The Jiang brothers are ranked in the top 100 of the Celestial Ascension ranking. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, you've also seen the methods of the Jiang brothers. Qin Feng has done countless atrocities with them. Not only was the Lone Dragon County bullied, even the Qiling County and Fengdu County were not spared. But because you're in the Lone Dragon County, Qin Feng's oppression towards the Lone Dragon County was the most severe. Gu Maolu nodded and said, The Jiang brothers? I hope they don't provoke me. Jiang Chen said, but his battle intent was unparalleled. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. So what if they're the 4 Jiang brothers? Those who haven't broken through to the hierarch realm are trash in Jiang Chen's eyes. It's time to go to the 2nd floor. Jiang Chen said, All right, I'll go with you. However, the 2nd floor requires 20 heavenly fire crystals, and the 3rd floor requires 30 heavenly fire crystals, and so on. The 10th floor requires almost the same amount of heavenly fire crystals as the thundercloud space, but it should be a drop in the bucket for you. Gu Maolu said. Jiang Chen and Gu Maolu looked at each other and smiled, then walked towards the 2nd floor. Jiang Chen cultivated for a year on the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, the 4th floor, and the 5th floor. I can't go on anymore. I can't go to the 6th floor anymore. I can't endure the terrifying pressure from the heavenly flame space. Gu Maolu waved his hand at Jiang Chen, indicating that he wouldn't be able to go to the 6th floor anymore. You really don't want to go with me? Jiang Chen said with a smile. You're actually immune to the pressure from the heavenly flame. I really don't know what you're made of. I can't take it anymore. Please spare my life. But let me tell you, if you go beyond the 10th floor, you'll find people from the inner mansion. Remember, don't cause any trouble and keep a low profile. Gu Maolu warned. I'm not a troublemaker. Don't you know that? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yes, you're not a troublemaker. If someone dares to provoke you, you'll have to fight them to the death. Gu Maolu understood Jiang Chen too well. This fellow was definitely capable of doing something like that. Even when he was facing the Lihuan sect's young sect master, Hun Shaoqian, Jiang Chen still refused to let go of the treasure and would rather die than let it go. However, Jiang Chen was really lucky to have survived Hun Shaoqian's attack. Jiang Chen entered the 6th floor all the way to the 10th floor alone. He cultivated for a year on each floor. There were only 3 people on the 10th floor, so Jiang Chen didn't stay for long. After a year, Jiang Chen headed towards the 11th floor once again. To Jiang Chen, the Heaven Dragon prison didn't pose much of an obstacle. Jiang Chen could completely ignore the terrifying heavenly flame, but he couldn't ignore the figure that would appear every time he entered a state of cultivation. He wanted to get to the bottom of it and see who exactly that figure was. Every time he went down a floor, Jiang Chen's feeling became stronger. The cries of the person in his dream became clearer and clearer. There was no one on the 12th floor and the 13th floor. On the 14th floor, there were 2 people with extraordinary strength. They were half-step hierarch realm experts. Jiang Chen was deeply touched. Chapter 2955. The 15th floor. What's this guy's background? A late divine king managed to break through to the 15th floor after cultivating here for a year. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such a strong guy. Except for that lunatic. The 2 young men, one in black and the other in white, both had terrifying auras. Half-step hierarch realm. They were already at the doorstep of the hierarch realm and could step into the hierarch realm at any time. Their strength was undeniable. Even Yu Chenglong had to address them as senior brother. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to their gazes. On the 15th floor, he saw a beautiful figure. In the center of the floor, there was a young girl wearing green clothes. She was in a meditative state. Her eyes were closed. The girl had a slender figure and a calm expression. Her eyes were bright and kind. Although she wasn't a peerless beauty, she was incomparably enchanting. Even though she hadn't fully grown up yet, her figure was quite voluptuous. She was the kind of face that would be deeply engraved in one's mind. Her pretty face was rosy and brimming with youthfulness. Jiang Chen sat not far from the young lady and cultivated for a year. The young lady did not move at all. Jiang Chen was still calm. Although the heavenly fire's pressure was extremely strong, it did not resist much after Jiang Chen used the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Jiang Chen stepped into the 16th floor. At that moment, the young lady slowly opened her eyes and said, "Are you sure you want to enter the 16th floor? Can't I enter the 16th floor?" Jiang Chen frowned and asked. Without the strength of a hierarch realm expert, entering the 16th floor will only result in death. The young lady was still calm and collected. Jiang Chen nodded his head, but he didn't mind it at all. He turned around and walked towards the 16th floor, because the voice in his dream was getting clearer and clearer. Jiang Chen's chest was aching. Therefore, he must go down floor by floor to find out what was going on. The young lady was stunned. She did not expect Jiang Chen to ignore her warning and went straight to the 16th floor. Courting death. The girl sneered. She didn't bother about Jiang Chen and closed her eyes. Without the strength of a hierarch, stepping onto the 16th floor was akin to drawing fire. On the 16th floor, Jiang Chen's expression finally turned serious. He knew why the young girl would say such words. She was indeed advising him out of goodwill. The 16th floor was completely different from the 15th floor. It was not as peaceful as before. Instead, it was replaced by a series of terrifying earth fire that spurted out from the ground everywhere. The intensity of the flames was shocking. Ordinary experts would die instantly if they touched it. Without the strength of a hierarch, it was impossible to resist the terrifying earth fire. Moreover, under the tens of millions of holes, there was no telling when the earth fire would spurt out. It was terrifying. This earth fire. Why does it feel so familiar to me? Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. There was no one in the 16th floor, but the earth fire couldn't do anything to him because he had the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to protect him. Although the earth fire was powerful, it couldn't harm him at all. Another year passed, and Jiang Chen rushed to the 17th floor. But at this moment, he was blocked by two powerful experts. "Seniors, is it forbidden to enter the 17th floor?" Jiang Chen asked. "How could you enter the 16th floor? Kid, it seems like you're a monster. Our Tongxian mansion is full of monsters." Ha! However, no one can enter the 17th floor without the mansion master's order. One of the white-bearded old men smiled and looked at Jiang Chen as if he wanted to see through Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He did not dare to act rashly. After all, the person in front of him was a hierarch expert. Their strength was much stronger than Zi Qingtian. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to fight against the two of them. "I know. Why are you still here? This is not a place you can come to. It's already a great fortune to be able to enter the 16th floor. If you're still stubborn, don't blame me for being rude." Humph. The other skinny old man harumphed coldly. Obviously, he was not in the mood to talk to Jiang Chen. "There's someone guarding the 17th floor. Is there a secret in the 17th floor?" Jiang Chen thought. However, it was impossible for him to force his way in with two middle hierarch experts guarding the place. The person in his dream seemed to be getting closer, but Jiang Chen was stopped at the 16th floor. "I see. Sorry to disturb you two seniors." Jiang Chen smiled and turned to leave. However, the person in his dream had become a knot in his heart. Sigh. I can only go back first. This Heaven Dragon prison is really a place full of dangers and secrets. Jiang Chen shook his head. When he walked out of the 16th floor, the young lady was shocked and in disbelief. You're able to walk out alive?" The young lady looked at Jiang Chen in shock. "It's not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. What's there to be surprised about?" Jiang Chen said disapprovingly. You. Don't you know that you're too arrogant?" The young lady suddenly stood up and said with her hands on her waist. Her big round eyes stared at Jiang Chen. She was quite angry. Even she could not enter the 16th floor. How could he be so dismissive? Wasn't this a blow to her confidence? "I told you there's danger out of goodwill, but you're so dismissive. Kid, I'm angry. Apologize to me." The young lady said fiercely, pretending to be fierce. However, she did not look like a bad person at all. On the contrary, she looked cute with her pair of canine teeth. Jiang Chen could not help but laugh. This little girl was quite interesting. However, Jiang Chen was not stupid. Could this young lady be an ordinary person since she could cultivate on the 15th floor? Obviously it was impossible. What's there to apologize for? I didn't do anything to you. Why should I apologize? Could it be that you're interested in me? Ha! Jiang Chen said with a smile. A half-step ultimate god. The young lady was not someone to be trifled with. However, Jiang Chen was not afraid of a half-step ultimate god expert. Hee, you're the first person who dares to talk to me like this. I'm trying to persuade you out of goodwill, but you don't know what's good for you. The young lady said angrily. I'll beat you up, but I won't beat you to death. The young lady said in a domineering manner and glanced at Jiang Chen. You want to beat me to death? Do you think you can do that? Chapter 2956. The more you talk, the harder I'll beat you up. The girl waved her fist and said with disdain. Why don't we have a fight? Whoever loses will be my little brother. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I'm not afraid of you. You're also a peerless genius, to be able to enter the 16th floor with your strength as a late divine king. Humph, I'd like to see what you're capable of. But if you lose, you'll have to be my little brother. By then, you'll have to tell me how you managed to enter the 16th floor. The young girl said with a stern face. She seemed to be acting like an elder. All right, I'll have you as my little brother for sure. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. After breaking through to the late divine king realm, he'd like to see how strong he was. That Qin Feng was definitely not a match for him. This girl was more like it, a half-step hierarch. She shouldn't disappoint me, right? Humph, you're pretty good at bragging. Aren't you afraid that you'll cut your tongue? The girl waved her fist and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression froze. He would not be fooled by her innocent expression. This girl was definitely an expert. The girl's fist landed on Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen's body trembled as he was struck by the girl. He was forced to take a dozen steps back. Although the fist was small, it was earth-shattering. Motherfucker, this fist is too hard. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. This girl's fist was like a primal origin treasure. Even though he had broken through to the late divine king realm, he still couldn't withstand her fist. After suffering a setback, he immediately unleashed his dragon transformation without any hesitation. Little girl, looks like I've underestimated you. The corner of Jiang Chen's lips curled up. Under the dragon transformation, the girl was slightly stunned. The half-human, half-dragon body had given her quite a shock. Interesting. You're from the dragon clan? What do you mean? Jiang Chen frowned. Dragons are the most resistant to beatings. The little girl giggled. However, she did not show any mercy at all. Her aura was as heavy as 1,000 catties, and an explosive sound rang out in the air. With a single punch, the entire 15th level seemed to shake the earth and mountains. After unleashing the draconification transformation, Jiang Chen was no longer afraid of the young woman's frenzied attacks. The toughness of his body once again shocked the young woman. When her fists landed on Jiang Chen's body, they were actually cancelled out by more than half. Even so, it was still terrifying. However, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change at all. The two of them fought to their heart's content, neither able to do anything to the other. Pa. Jiang Chen found an opportunity and ruthlessly slapped the girl's buttocks 3 times. The girl's expression changed greatly, and she quickly pulled away. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, and she stared at Jiang Chen with tears in her eyes. You bastard! The girl fiercely stomped her foot. If I'm really a bastard, your buttocks would have bloomed just now. Jiang Chen said faintly. The girl's expression changed slightly. Indeed, those 3 palms of his earlier did not contain any strength, and could only be considered as slaps. You're shameless. The girl's tears fell as she spoke. Jiang Chen was stunned and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Grand Aunt, you can't cry even if you can't win, right? Fine. I'm shameless, you win. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Yeah, I lied to you. Ha, you've lost. From now on, you're my little brother. The girl instantly wiped her tears and stared at Jiang Chen with a smile. Jiang Chen secretly shook his head. The emotions of a girl really made one speechless. Crying when she couldn't win. What was this? You brat. Crying when you can't win. What kind of ability is that? Jiang Chen frowned. A loss is a loss. Do you really think that I can't win against you? I'm just afraid that you won't be able to withstand my attacks. It's not easy to find someone who can withstand my attacks. I'm very happy to have you as my little brother. Not bad, not bad. The girl was not shy at all. She actually reached out her hand and patted Jiang Chen's head. From now on, you're my boss. Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word. This little fellow is quite interesting. He couldn't help but think of Yu Er. But where is she in this vast world? She thought that he was already dead. That was why she left the Earthly Fire Heavenly Lightning sect. That's right. Tiny One. Do you know why the 17th floor doesn't allow anyone to enter? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Who are you calling Tiny One? I know, but I'm not going to tell you. The girl had a proud look on her face as she stuck her hands into her hands. Are you going to tell me or not? If you continue to pretend, I'm going to beat you up. Jiang Chen said. Come on, you think I'm afraid of you? 2 hours later. You're an adult, but you only know how to bully kids. You adults are all good people. The girl said pitifully. Her eyes were filled with grievance, but she didn't cry this time. Hurry up and tell me, Tiny One. Jiang Chen smiled. The 17th floor seems to be imprisoning someone, but I'm not too sure. More than 100 years ago, the second mansion master suppressed someone and trapped him on the 17th floor. Since no one could enter the 17th floor, the matter was left unsettled. Not many people know about this. You've asked the right person. The girl said thoughtfully. What does that person look like? Have you seen him before? I don't know. Anyway, he's not very handsome. He's not my type. The girl curled her lips. A black line flashed across Jiang Chen's forehead. Why are you so fierce? He's not my type. Why should I pay attention to him? You don't know anything else? Jiang Chen felt helpless, but he couldn't lose his temper. After all, he still needed her to explain to him. However, he seems to have suffered an extremely heavy injury. That's why he's been imprisoned on the 17th floor. As for the rest, I don't know. However, he seems to be unwilling to submit. Every 10 years, the second mansion master will come to visit him. The girl told Jiang Chen everything she knew in full detail. Jiang Chen frowned. He still didn't know what kind of existence was under the Heaven Dragon prison. Why did he feel heartache? Since he couldn't find anything, Jiang Chen had no choice but to leave the Heaven Dragon prison. Hey, little brother, what's your name? I'm Bai Yun. The girl yelled as she looked at Jiang Chen's back. Under the great river, the earth returns to dust. Jiang Chen said to himself as he strode away in a carefree and unrestrained manner. What's that? Black soil? The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. He staggered and almost tripped. A dignified divine king realm powerhouse almost tripped while walking. If word of this got out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Black soil. What a lame name. Chapter 2957. Donghuang Tai A. Where is Jiang Chen? Ask him to come out right now, otherwise, don't blame our boss Jiang for being impolite. You guys are going to suffer. Qin Feng said with a cold smile as he looked at Donghuang Tai A and the others with disdain. His injuries had healed a little, but he still rushed here to defend himself. Jiang Chen was merciful and spared his life, but in Qin Feng's eyes, Jiang Chen just didn't dare to kill him because he was afraid that things would get out of hand. How could Jiang Chen fight the Jiang brothers with his strength? Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. He was careless just now, and that was why Jiang Chen was able to take advantage of him. But now, he would never do anything. No matter how strong he was, he would still have to submit to the Jiang brothers. After all, there weren't many people in the outer palace who could suppress the Jiang brothers. Excluding the 3 dragon heads, the number of people who could do so could be counted on one hand. Qin Feng, you shameless bastard. Why didn't you dare to speak like this when Jiang Chen was here? Now, you're just a fox pretending to be a tiger. What do you want? Lu Dong shouted in a deep voice. What do I want? Humph. Those are Boss Zhang's heavenly flame crystals, but they were divided equally by you guys. What do you think we should do? Isn't Jiang Chen very capable? Now that Boss Zhang is here, why is he acting like a coward? Qin Feng smiled. He couldn't wait for Jiang Chen to come out and be killed by the Jiang brothers. That way, he would be able to vent his anger. Where is Jiang Chen? Those who dare to look down on the Jiang brothers will never have a good ending. Jiang Qing shouted. Dong Huang Tai and the others held their breaths as they could not resist him. The fourth brother of the Jiang brothers was already so ruthless. What about the other three? No wonder the Jiang brothers could do whatever they wanted in the outer prefecture of the Tongxian mansion. Strength reigns supreme, that's the truth. You're quite arrogant. Qin Feng, oh Qin Feng, looks like you don't know what to do when I saved your life. Not only are you not grateful, you even want to attack me. Looks like I can't let you live. Jiang Chen took a step forward and walked out of the Heavenly Dragon prison. Since you dare to come out, don't even think about going back alive today, Qin Feng said. He had to act like a fox pretending to be a tiger. Otherwise, the others would think that he was really afraid of Jiang Chen. After all, he was not the same as before. He had nothing to be afraid of now. Ha ha ha, it's really a small world. I didn't expect us to meet again. Jiang Qing stared at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have failed to attack Yu Chenglong and the others. They even almost failed. He was still thinking about how to settle this score, but he didn't expect to meet Jiang Chen here. Fourth brother, looks like it's time for us to take our revenge. Jiang Dan sneered. After returning to the Tongxian mansion, Yu Chenglong and the others did not dare to provoke them. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu had a complicated relationship in the outer prefecture. It was not easy to deal with them. But now that Jiang Chen took the initiative to come to them, they couldn't blame anyone. I still like the saying, enemies are bound to meet. Looks like you guys are jackals of the same tribe. Jiang Chen shook his head. Since Qin Feng relied on the Jiang brothers, it seemed like this battle was going to be tough. However, the moment he reached the late Divine King realm, he didn't put the Jiang brothers in his eyes. Compared to Qin Feng, they were just slightly stronger targets. They were not qualified to show off in front of him. That's good. If you kneel on the ground and kowtow now, I might leave you with a complete corpse. Jiang Qing curled his lips and smiled. Dream on, it's your bad luck to meet me, Jiang Chen said with a smile. You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Today, we'll settle old and new grudges together. Let's see who can protect you. Jiang Qing's eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. He went straight for Jiang Chen. Fourth brother, be careful, Jiang Dan said in a low voice. It's a piece of cake to deal with him. Ha! Jiang Qing said proudly. His figure moved like lightning and collided with Jiang Chen. This time, I wonder if Boss Jiang will be able to turn the tide. Luo Ping murmured. The four Jiang brothers were the old generation experts of the Tongxian mansion. They were extremely powerful even among the older generation. Although Jiang Chen had defeated Qin Feng, it didn't mean that he could defeat the older generation. The Tongxian mansion was the cradle of geniuses. There was no lack of geniuses here. Compared to the Jiang brothers, Jiang Chen was only lacking in cultivation time. Jiang Chen, you won't be able to escape today. With eldest brother Jiang here, don't even think about escaping. Qin Feng was cheering for the Jiang brothers. Jiang Chen sneered and glanced at Qin Feng. Today, Jiang Chen was going to start a massacre. He was going to teach these 5 men a bloody lesson, and no one could stop him. Kid, you had Bai Ying by your side last time. Let's see who can support you today. Jiang Qing's moves were ruthless and dangerous. The dignity of the older generation couldn't be violated. Jiang Qing's strength was much stronger than Qin Feng's. After all, there was a difference of 100,000 years between the two of them in the Tongxian mansion. Breaking through to the venerable realm was often just a thought away. However, this difference of a thought made countless people unable to catch up in their lifetime. Jiang Qing's silver snake sword pierced through the void, attacking left and right. Jiang Chen advanced by retreating. His expression was calm as he strolled leisurely. Blindly dodging will only put you in danger, Jiang Qing said disdainfully. Jiang Qing forced Jiang Chen to retreat again and again. In their opinion, Jiang Chen's situation was quite dangerous. His life could be in danger at any time. It's not a good idea to continue like this. Yeah, although Brother Jiang's strength is not bad, compared to the 4 Jiang brothers, I'm afraid that he's still lacking. It's hard to say. I don't believe that Jiang Chen will be defeated so easily. Sigh, life is unpredictable. It's only been a dozen years. Looks like our Lone Dragon County's good days are coming to an end. The difficulty of cultivation is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just when most of the people thought that Jiang Chen had exhausted all of his tricks and couldn't fight Jiang Qing, Jiang Chen's aura suddenly changed. He struck out with his palm, and it was as if he had descended from the heavens. The wind created by the palm strike was unstoppable, and it was even stronger than the attack he had used against Qin Feng. "Fourth brother, be careful," Jiang Tian, Jiang Di and Jiang Dan exclaimed at the same time. However, it was already too late. Chapter 29:58. Jiang Qing's face instantly turned pale. Not only did Jiang Chen destroy the silver serpent soft sword in his hand, his palm had also pierced through his chest. Jiang Qing couldn't believe what he was seeing, but the distance between them was too close and too fast. In just a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had defeated his enemy with a single strike. It was a battle of life and death. As fast as a swan, but as swift as the rain. Jiang Qing was not killed by Jiang Chen without hesitation. His soul was destroyed and he was sucked into the great Yu soul-forming light by Jiang Chen. Those who were killed by Jiang Chen would not have a second chance to be reborn. "Damn it, Jiang Chen, I will kill you." Jiang Tian and the other two were filled with anger. Qin Feng was also stunned. Jiang Chen was pretending to be weak. His last palm had pierced through Jiang Qing's body with absolute strength, catching him off guard. Jiang Qing had killed a late divine king in a split second, shocking the people of the Lone Dragon County. Qin Feng could not help but swallow his saliva. The scene of Jiang Chen defeating him with a single move appeared in his mind again. It was like a miracle. "Jiang Chen, give me back my fourth brother's life." Jiang Dan charged forward and was determined to kill Jiang Chen. "I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes to comfort my fourth brother's soul in heaven." Jiang Di's anger soared to the sky. The three of them were enraged. Jiang Qing's death had made them hate Jiang Chen to the core. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be so cruel and merciless. Before they could even react, Jiang Chen had killed their fourth brother. This enmity was absolutely irreconcilable. "Today, none of you will be able to escape," Jiang Chen said indifferently. "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die." Jiang Tian ignored Jiang Chen. The strength of a peak divine king was obviously more powerful. The three of them advanced and retreated at the same time. The people of the Lone Dragon County were shocked. Could Jiang Chen really withstand such an attack? Alas, Jiang Chen is in danger. Some people sighed, and had already begun to mourn for Jiang Chen. After all, the three people in front of them were the Jiang brothers, who were extremely famous in the Outer Palace. Although they were all very strong, they always advanced and retreated together, which led to no one daring to provoke them. However, who would have thought that a new student like Jiang Chen would actually dare to challenge the supreme power of the Jiang brothers? Jiang Chen was fighting 1 against 3, but his expression did not change. At this time, it was time to see his true strength. Jiang Chen did not even use dragon transformation, because it was enough to deal with these 3 conceited fellows. Jiang Chen's punches were ferocious and he did not fear the attacks of the 3 at all. As the weapons clashed, the shockwave surged. Under the powerful attacks of the 3, Jiang Chen did not retreat at all. Instead, he faced them head-on. Interlocking prison formation. Jiang Tian shouted out angrily. Jiang Chen didn't fear the 3 of them at all, and this made him even angrier. He thought Jiang Chen had only killed his fourth brother with a sneak attack, but after fighting him for real, he finally felt a huge pressure. Jiang Chen was like a peerless devil king, and every attack he made was extremely ferocious. He never retreated, and his attacking style was completely different from before. Formation. Jiang Di and Jiang Dan looked at each other and did not dare to be negligent. After all, their big brother had already said that they must pay for their fourth brother's death with blood. Insignificant skill. Jiang Chen sneered. His terrifying strength had already crushed the 3 of them. Any formation was useless in front of him. Jiang Chen flew up to the sky with lightning speed, suppressing the 3 of them with his strength. He shattered the interlocking prison formation that the 3 of them were so proud of with a single punch. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. 3,000 burning sky seal. The divine fire of 5 elements filled the void. The 3 of them were shocked. Even the people of the Lone Dragon County looked pale. The divine fire of 5 elements gathered and the 3,000 burning sky seal was transformed. The dragon shadow was unparalleled and covered the sky and earth. The black flame turned into a giant fire dragon and turned into a seal. It was unstoppable. Retreat! Zhang Tian shouted in a low voice. However, Zhang Di and Zhang Dan weren't able to avoid it in time. In practically an instant, they were completely devoured by the 3,000 flame seal and transformed into ash. Even Zhang Tian was affected by it, and he was heavily injured and fell to the ground. Puff! Zhang Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He knelt on one knee and slowly raised his head. Everyone was shocked. No one dared to look at Zhang Chen's cold eyes. He defeated the Zhang brothers with one move. This power was frightening. The name of Zhang Chen was bound to spread quickly among the outer mansion of Tongxian Mansion. His power was unstoppable. His aura was unstoppable. Qin Feng was so scared that his entire body trembled. Of the 4 Zhang brothers, 3 had already died, leaving only Zhang Tian, who was struggling at death's door. At this moment, Qin Feng's reliance had completely disappeared. Qin Feng knew that his time of death had come. Plap! Qin Feng knelt down in front of Zhang Chen. No one would have thought that the once high-spirited genius would be so weak in front of Zhang Chen. Zhang Tian's face turned pale. He and his brother were defeated in a pitiful way. They did not even have the strength to fight back. A late divine king fellow was so terrifying. Lu Dong, Dong Huang Tai A and the others looked at each other. They could not believe what they saw. One should know that the Zhang brothers were famous. No one dared to offend them. However, they were killed by Zhang Chen in an instant. They could not imagine that a freshman like Zhang Chen could be so terrifying. Zhang Chen is too powerful. A freshman like him could probably challenge the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace. Although I can't believe it, it's the truth. Sigh. When will we be able to reach such a realm? The gap between geniuses is that we will never know where the limit of a genius is. Zhang Chen looked at Zhang Tian and said faintly, "Your brothers are dead. Do you want to live alone?" Zhang Chen. "You can't kill me. My master is an inner palace elder. If you kill me, my master will not let you go." Zhang Tian's face turned pale as he said in fear. 3 of his brothers were killed by Zhang Chen. He must not die. He must take revenge for his brothers. The Jade Emperor doesn't believe that no one can save the person that I, Zhang Chen, want to kill. Zhang Chen showed no hesitation. He turned around and struck out with his palm. Zhang Tian's expression instantly changed, but he no longer had the strength to fight back. He was instantly turned into a blood mist by Zhang Chen's attack, dispersing between the heavens and earth. "No, don't kill me. Brother Zhang. We're the same kind of person. We're all freshmen. I was blinded by greed. I beg you, please give me a chance. I will change for the better." Chapter 2959. I've given you a chance but you didn't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me, you've brought this upon yourself. Zhang Chen's cold eyes glanced at Qin Feng. He turned his palm and struck out a palm wind. Qin Feng did not have the strength to fight back. The current Qin Feng was still far from his peak state. "Zhang Chen, you'll regret this. You're a madman, killing the innocent." Before Qin Feng could finish his words, he was already killed by Zhang Chen. The whole place became silent. No one dared to utter a word. The faces of the new and old disciples of the Zhang brothers turned pale, not daring to utter a single word. They stood there silently, unable to advance or retreat. From now on, if anyone dares to bully the people of Lone Dragon County, I, Zhang Chen, will not show mercy. I'll kill every single one of them. Zhang Chen's voice was like a morning bell, striking deep into everyone's heart. No one dared to oppose him. Long live Zhang Chen. Ha! Zhang Chen is invincible. In the future, we'll be invincible in Tongxian Mansion with Brother Zhang around. Brother Zhang's strength is peerless. You're our role model. The people of Lone Dragon County bowed down to Zhang Chen. Dong Huang Tai A's battle intent had already vanished. He and Zhang Chen were no longer on the same level. He was also strong, but it's a pity that Zhang Chen was stronger than him. "How dare you kill the innocent in Tongxian Mansion?" A loud voice resounded in Zhang Chen's ears. Zhang Chen frowned. Suddenly, a silhouette broke through the sky and arrived at him. Zhang Chen's expression changed. He turned around and struck out a palm strike, colliding with the incoming young man's palm strike. Both of them took 3 steps back. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. "You're the first one who dares to meddle in my business," Jiang Chen said coldly. Although this fella's strength was only at the peak of the Divine King realm, he was afraid that even a half-step venerable might not be able to compete with him. "What a shameless braggart. I didn't expect that you would actually kill the Jiang brothers. Even so, you can still be so arrogant. What a joke. In Tongxian Mansion, it's not your turn to behave atrociously," the green-robed man said coldly. "What kind of hero is bullying a freshman? Xiao Qinglong, it seems like you're not growing up." Behind Xiao Qinglong, Yu Chenglong stepped through the air and landed beside Jiang Chen. Lung Long stared at him. "Are you okay?" Yu Chenglong shot a glance at Jiang Chen, only for Jiang Chen to shake his head. Yu Chenglong's appearance caused quite a few people to relax. After all, he was one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace, and there weren't many who could contend against him. "So what? If I don't grow up, can I still be compared to you? For a woman, he. You've even delayed your cultivation for so many years. I even feel that it's a disgrace to be in the same group as you." Xiao Qinglong shook his head and said. At this moment, someone among the crowd finally recognized his existence. "Xiao Qinglong. I know who he is. Just like Yu Chenglong, he's also one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. It's really shocking to see 2 top-notch experts of the Outer Palace appear at the same time. Xiao Qinglong, Yu Chenglong. 2 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. Tesk. It's really an eye-opener for us today. They are not much stronger than us, but I feel a strong pressure. Even the half-step hierarch old ancestor in the clan did not feel this way." "That's right. You're right. You're right." Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Qinglong silently. Since he was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yu Chenglong, he was afraid that this bastard wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Both of them didn't exert their full strength in that palm strike just now, but they were still quite surprised. Jiang Chen and Xiao Qinglong were shocked. Yu Chenglong, do not allow you to make irresponsible remarks. You can insult me, but you can't insult Sister Zhu," Yu Chenglong said in a deep voice. "Such an infatuated man. You and I have not fought for 100 years. I'd like to see how much you've improved in the past 100 years. Xiao Qinglong held his blade horizontally and raised his green robe. He smiled coldly and went straight for Yu Chenglong. "As you wish." Yu Chenglong did not show any weakness and snorted coldly. Both of their strengths were at the peak of Divine King realm and had been there for more than 100,000 years. They were waiting for an opportunity to directly step into the hierarch realm. Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong's strengths were the best among the Divine King realm. They could even fight against a half-step hierarch realm expert. However, they had not broken through to the half-step hierarch realm in 100,000 years because they were accumulating their strength and waiting for an excellent opportunity. Only with that slight understanding could they skip the half-step hierarch realm and directly step into the hierarch realm. However, almost no one dared to cross over to the hierarch realm. Once they failed, it would be a waste of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of effort. Not to mention the delay of tens of thousands of years of cultivation, there would also be a huge obstacle in their future cultivation. However, Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong were both peerless geniuses. They did not take the ordinary path, which was why they could stand out among the geniuses. The battle between Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong attracted everyone's attention. It was even more intense than the battle between Jiang Chen and the Jiang brothers. Both of their attacks were fatal, merciless and ruthless. There was not even a little bit of leeway. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked to see such a life-and-death battle. They were indeed the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace. It would be extremely difficult for him to deal with these 2 guys. It was not without reason that Yu Chenglong could still force the Jiang brothers to retreat when he was seriously injured. However, the initiative of the battle was taken by Xiao Qinglong after 100 moves. Perhaps it was not too obvious to others, but Jiang Chen could clearly feel that Yu Chenglong's strength was not as strong as his will. If the 2 of them continued to be entangled, then Yu Chenglong would undoubtedly be defeated. The battle between the 2 seemed terrifying and extraordinary. However, it was only a superficial battle, like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water. Gradually, Yu Chenglong's might fell into a disadvantage. However, in the eyes of outsiders, the 2 were still evenly matched. Looks like Yu Chenglong, one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace, will be ranked last. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. In an instant, The two of them took 2 steps back with calm expressions. Unfortunately, Yu Chenglong was not as calm as Xiao Qinglong and appeared extremely grave. The outcome of the battle had already been decided. Although the injuries were not obvious, it was enough for Yu Chenglong to recuperate for a period of time. Your strength is still at the same place. You have really disappointed me in these 100 years. Xiao Qinglong said with a beaming smile. You don't have to worry about that. It will depend on our luck as to who can step into the inner palace first. Yu Chenglong said coldly. Brat, I will spare you today. Don't let me see you again. You will definitely pay the price for the Jiang brothers' death. Xiao Qinglong looked at Jiang Chen with eyes filled with killing intent. Anytime. Chapter 2960. Thank you. However, your injuries are very serious. It's better for you to cultivate for the time being. Jiang Chen said. Yu Chenglong was a little surprised. You can actually see through my injuries. However, your strength has really improved at a godly speed. Even the Jiang brothers died at your hands. I was just lucky. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. You can't kill the Jiang brothers by luck. However, you have to be careful of Xiao Qinglong. The Jiang brothers are his men. You won't be able to escape his censure after killing them. Although the Tongxian mansion doesn't prohibit killing, it's rare to kill someone during a spar. In other words, Xiao Qinglong has the intention to kill you after you killed the Jiang brothers. I'm afraid no one will stop him. Therefore, you have to be extra careful. Yu Chenglong kindly advised. I'll remember it. There will be a ranking battle in the Outer Palace 3 years later. It's a competition between the new students and the old students. Apart from the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace, there are a total of 5,000 people in the Outer Palace who will all participate. There's no doubt about your strength since you were able to kill the Jiang brothers. Even among the old students, you can be considered as an outstanding talent. If you're ranked at the top, it'll be beneficial to your cultivation. The Tongxian mansion has never been stingy with resources for powerful geniuses. It's said that the reward this time will be the biggest innovation in 1,000,000 years. Of course, the 3 dragon heads will also participate in the Outer Palace ranking battle. However, I'm afraid I won't be participating this time. I hope you can achieve a good result. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't fight against Xiao Qinglong head-on. That guy's strength is already a level higher than mine. Yu Chenglong said in a low voice. Jiang Chen could be considered to be fated with him. Previously, outside of the Tongxian mansion, they had joined hands to fight against the enemy. It could be said that they had gone through thick and thin together. After entering the Tongxian mansion, his strength had also improved rapidly. Now, even Bai Ying might not be a match for him. Why would I give up such a good opportunity? Jiang Chen frowned. Because I have my own choice. Someone needs me. Yu Chenglong said. Brother Yu, if you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely not be stingy. Jiang Chen said. It's not a big deal. Sigh, forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to help. Yu Chenglong smiled bitterly and shook his head. He bid farewell to Jiang Chen and turned to leave. Jiang Chen did not force him. After all, everyone had their own secrets. He did not want to pry into Yu Chenglong's thoughts. The next day, Jiang Chen and Gu Maolu went to the secluded Spirit Valley. 1,000 heavenly fire crystals could only be used to cultivate for a day. It was extremely extravagant. For example, Dong Huang Tai A and the others might not be willing to cultivate in the secluded Spirit Valley, even if they cultivated in the Heaven Dragon Prison for 10 years. The Spirit Valley was shrouded in fog for 1,000 miles, and a spirit spring flowed to the east. It was silent, and the entire place was filled with an ethereal feeling. Although they had not entered the valley yet, the refreshing feeling of the Spirit Valley had already seeped into their bodies. This is truly a spirit realm that seizes the fortune of the heavens and earth. Cultivating here, one will be able to comprehend things with a calm mind. It will definitely be very beneficial. Jiang Chen nodded and praised. 1,000 heavenly fire crystals for a day of cultivation. This price is ridiculously high. Even I am not willing to come here to cultivate. Moreover, I might not be able to comprehend anything even if I cultivate for 30 to 50 days. It would take at least 8 to 10 years. That's a few million heavenly fire crystals. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Gu Maolu said with a pained expression. My heavenly fire crystals are only enough for me to cultivate for 10 years. I will cultivate until the ranking battle 3 years later. Let's see if I can comprehend something. Jiang Chen said. That's right, in the ranking tournament 3 years later, you will definitely have some gains. Haha, even the Jiang brothers died in your hands. I now concede defeat. Entering the top 500 of the heaven roll, you should ask about entering the top 100. But you have to be more careful in the ranking battle this time. That Xiao Qinglong has already said that he will definitely make you pay with your blood. Xiao Qinglong? If he really provoked me, I think I will not be lenient. Jiang Chen said with a smile. The only pity is brother Yu Chenglong. He should have shown his skills in the ranking battle this time. Moreover, it is said that the rewards of the ranking battle this time are very generous. But he still resolutely gave it up. Gu Maolu said with a sigh. Even he felt sorry for Yu Chenglong. Could it be that he has some difficulties that he cannot speak of? Jiang Chen frowned. That's not it. But 100 years ago, Brother Yu saved a lady in the mountains outside of Tongxian Mansion. This lady was born with an exceptional beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. But there were very few people who have seen her. Some people said that Yu Chenglong kept a mistress in a golden house. But the bitterness of this cannot be told to outsiders. After Brother Yu saved her, he was infatuated with her. For 100 years, he did not concentrate on cultivating. This is also one of the reasons why he did not step into the inner mansion and did not succeed in his cultivation. That lady was said to be an exceptional talent. But unfortunately, her fate was full of misfortune. In order to save her, Yu Chenglong could be said to have put in a lot of effort. But that lady's heart belongs to someone. Everyone knows that. But only Brother Yu refused to give up. I have seen that lady before. Her name is Jiang Zhu. She is really an exceptional beauty. In this lifetime, I am afraid that I will not be able to see such a devastatingly beautiful lady anymore. I also do not know who is the man that could make this lady fall in love with him. Gu Maolu said with a serious face. Jiang Zhu, Jiang Chen murmured. His eyes revealed a hint of seriousness, but his heart was filled with thoughts. I hope so. In this world, there are lovers who can be together. A melon that is forcefully picked will not be sweet. I hope that Yu Chenglong can understand this. Jiang Chen shook his head and threw away his previous thoughts. He did not think too much about it. Some people are just stubborn. Yu Chenglong's talent in cultivation is unparalleled. Among the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion, he is on par with the other 2. But last time when he fought with Xiao Qinglong, he suffered some injuries and could not do 2 things at the same time. This time, without Brother Yu, there will only be 2 out of the 3 dragon heads left in the outer mansion ranking tournament. It will not be as interesting. After all, the champion of the ranking tournament will definitely be born from the remaining 2 dragon heads. Gu Maolu said. If I am here, then it will not be certain. Jiang Chen smiled confidently and glanced at Gu Maolu. If you can get rid of the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion, I will definitely support you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 2961. The Ghost Valley was one of the 4 cultivation treasures of Tongxian Mansion. Even the mentors were extremely fond of it. However, not many of them were willing to spend a lot of money to cultivate there for a year. Gu Maolu and Jiang Chen only cultivated for 10 days in the Ghost Valley before leaving with great heartache. The Spirit Valley was huge. Within 100 miles, the divine origin energy in the air was abnormally dense. It was even stronger than the heavenly fire tempering body. It was not an exaggeration to say that one's cultivation progress was 1,000 miles in a day. The low cries of countless divine birds and the breaths of tens of thousands of beasts caused the Ghost Valley to become a blessed place for cultivation. The Ghost Valley was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, making one feel relaxed and happy. Cultivating there for a year was indeed much longer than cultivating outside for 100 years. Moreover, it was different from cultivating in the Zulong Tower where time flowed faster. It was a true transformation of one's realm. Cultivating in such a situation was what many people dreamed of. The secluded valley was ethereal and had a lingering charm. It was quiet and distant, and spiritual thoughts fluttered about. In the Ghost Valley, Jiang Chen only saw a total of 5 people. All of them were far stronger than him. Even if they were not Hierarch Realm experts, they were at least half-step Hierarch Realm experts. Moreover, Jiang Chen also saw one person, the female mentor whom he had only met twice. After finding a wonderful place, Jiang Chen once again entered into cultivation. During this period of time, Jiang Chen could take the opportunity to cultivate the soul-stealing divine technique. However, he could not let others know about the soul-stealing divine technique. If others knew about it, they would confess to killing Han Shaoqian. Therefore, Jiang Chen would not use it unless he had no other choice. The soul-stealing divine technique was a soul attack technique. Jiang Chen had seen how terrifying it was. An expert who could seize the soul of an Emperor Realm expert in 3 moves was very powerful. It was not by luck that the Lihuan sect could rely on the soul-stealing divine technique to stand firm between Blissful City and Tongxian Mansion. It's time to cultivate this soul-stealing divine technique, Jiang Chen thought to himself as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. The cultivation in Spectre Valley was very beneficial to Jiang Chen. Although it would be extremely difficult for him to improve his soul realm, the constant nourishment and strengthening of his Emperor Realm soul was very beneficial to Jiang Chen. His previous Emperor Realm soul was too weak and he would be severely injured if he were to use any life or death techniques. This was all due to the fact that Jiang Chen's soul realm was unstable due to his lack of strength. Cultivating peacefully in Spectre Valley without any external disturbances was indeed very comfortable. Jiang Chen gradually entered into a meditative state. His body became ethereal and his Emperor Realm soul was constantly deducing the soul-stealing divine technique. Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill all experts below the divine Emperor Realm at the critical moment, but the price he had to pay was extremely huge. Jiang Chen's spiritual realm had already reached the sovereign realm. He could cultivate the soul-snatching divine art with half the effort and twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the first 2 styles of the soul-snatching divine art and the departed soul-extermination divine art were mastered by Jiang Chen in no time. However, the 3rd style of the soul-snatching divine art wasn't that easy to master. Jiang Chen had been cultivating it for a long time but he still couldn't understand the profound theory behind it. Now that he had mastered the first 2 styles, they were absolutely terrifying. 2 years passed by quietly. Jiang Chen had never stopped cultivating in Spectre Valley. His biggest gain was the stability of his soul realm. Rumble. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a great tremor in his mind. The terrifying tremor did not come from Spectre Valley, but from his soul. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. But his Emperor Realm soul was incomparably sharp. In the Ghost Valley, a monstrous spiritual storm was stirred up. Invisible giant waves were stirred up one after another, as if it was the end of the world. The spiritual storm made Jiang Chen's heart palpitate. But he still woke up from his cultivation as soon as possible. If he was 1 step slower, he would have been crushed by the spiritual storm. But with his Emperor Realm soul, he was confident that he could protect himself, but he would certainly suffer a heavy injury. How could this be? How could such a terrifying soul storm blow up silently in my mind? No, there must be something fishy. Jiang Chen's face was solemn. However, the entire Ghost Valley remained calm and tranquil, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. However, Jiang Chen was bold. After all, he was an Emperor Realm soul. Therefore, he decided to meditate again to find out the reason. When Jiang Chen once again entered into a state of cultivation, the terrifying soul storm had completely crushed half of Spectre Valley. Jiang Chen saw that the 5 figures who were meditating were like trapped beasts in a swamp. The female mentor who was closest to him was also pale, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Although Jiang Chen could not see what she had experienced, he guessed that she must have been crushed by the terrifying soul storm just like him. Moreover, their soul realm was far from his. Puffed. The female mentor spurted out a mouthful of blood and her expression became even uglier. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and withdrew the chaotic soul storm. He jumped out of it calmly. However, those who were meditating were not so lucky. When Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul swept past the 5, they were all trapped and could not extricate themselves. If this continued, they would definitely be devoured by the soul storm. As for where the soul storm came from, even Jiang Chen did not know. Wake up! Jiang Chen's soul voice roared and all 5 of them woke up from their cultivation. The female mentor was the first to wake up. Looking at Jiang Chen, her expression became increasingly solemn and her heart was filled with lingering fear. Are you the one who woke me up from my cultivation? The female mentor looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice. You can say that. Thank you very much. The female mentor nodded and expressed her gratitude. If it was not for Jiang Chen, she would not have been able to wake up. That terrifying soul storm seemed to have endless magical power. Anyone who was sucked in and crushed by it would not be able to escape. However, Jiang Chen had used his terrifying soul power to wake all 5 of them up. Needless to say, he had completely saved their lives. Just now, she felt an extremely terrifying soul storm sweeping through her mind. She could not resist the soul storm at all. Even her hierarch realm strength could not withstand the soul storm. It was as if death had come. At that moment, she really felt that she was going to die under the soul storm. Chen Renji, do you know what happened just now? The soul storm devours the world. Wherever it goes, there will be nothing left. That's right. That was really dangerous. Could it be that there is some existence in the Ghost Valley that cannot be resisted? The Ghost Valley is still calm and peaceful. However, once we enter the cultivation area, it's like hell on earth. It's really terrifying. The 4 of them looked solemn and did not even know what had happened just now. If it was not for him, we would have been devoured by the soul storm. Chapter 2962. It can't be? Could it be that he was the one who saved us? One of the Hierarch Realm experts said in disbelief. That's right. It's up to you whether to believe it or not. He saved your life. Chen Renji said, Lung Lung. Looking at your strength, you should be an Outer Palace disciple. It's not easy for you to have such skills. The 5 of us almost failed miserably at such an easy task, but you actually saved us. Hee hee. Interesting. If anyone dares to bully you in the Outer Palace in the future, just tell them my name, Qi Haifei. I will make them tremble in fear. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, you can look for me in the Inner Palace. I am the Inner Palace Elder, Yang Shiquan. Inner Palace Disciple, Shang Kuan. Inner Palace Disciple, Shang Bing. Although the 4 of them didn't say much, the kindness of saving one's life was greater than the heavens. Their words were undoubtedly a great comfort to Jiang Chen. Outer Palace Disciple, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said calmly. Facing the Inner Palace Elders and half-step Hierarch disciples, he was not afraid at all. It was admirable. They quickly left the Spectre Valley as it was not wise to stay in such a dangerous place. They had to report this matter to the Palace Lord first. You're Chen Renji? Jiang Chen looked at Chen Renji in surprise. You know me? Chen Renji raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Chen curiously. I've heard about you before. Chen Renji trembled as she looked deeply at Jiang Chen. Who? Zi Qing Tian. He asked me to send you his regards. Jiang Chen said. Thousands of years have passed, you can't escape for a while, but can you escape for a lifetime? You'll definitely be condemned by your conscience. Chen Renji said with a cold smile. However, Jiang Chen could see the desolation and loneliness on her face. Chen Renji and Zi Qing Tian might not be just a simple teacher-student relationship. You should leave this place quickly. If I'm not wrong, the 2 palace lords will be here soon. Chen Renji did not continue to pester him as she had lost her lover. What was that soul storm just now? Jiang Chen frowned and asked in a deep voice. I shouldn't have told you this, but since you saved my life and are his friend, I won't hide it from you. The Spectre Valley was transformed from an ancient divine beast. Its name was the 9 Nether Void Beast. It was said that it could go anywhere and ignore the void. It was suppressed by the Emperor Realm Expert of the Tongxian Mansion and turned into a valley. Unfortunately, although the 9 Nether Void Beast has been sealed, it would wreak havoc every once in a while. Once, more than 10 people had died under such a spiritual storm. However, the cultivation in the Spectre Valley was too tempting. Even so, the Tongxian Mansion did not completely close this place. Void Beast of the Netherworld, Jiang Chen mused. From this, one could see how powerful this 9 Nether Void Beast was. Only immortal emperors could seal it, and they had no way to kill it. Is the Void Beast of the Netherworld dead or alive? Countless years have passed. Even if it's still alive, it's just a lingering spirit. However, a centipede dies but never falls down. We almost died here. After all, no matter how weak an Emperor Realm Expert is, it's not something that we can fight against. Chen Renji shook her head and said with a dignified look in her eyes. At this moment, several figures broke through the air and entered the Spectre Valley. Master Ji, you're here too? This place needs to be sealed again. You should leave quickly. A tall figure stood above the void and said in a deep voice. His terrifying aura made Jiang Chen feel extremely pressured. With just a glance, he felt that he could not resist. A monarch realm expert? This supreme emperor realm aura is really domineering. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He also saw two figures. One was Lord Lin when he first entered the Tongxian mansion, and the other was a white-haired old man who he did not recognize. His strength was on par with Lord Lin. Although he gave Jiang Chen a lot of pressure, he was obviously not as strong as the green-robed man in front of him. Yes, second mansion master. Qian Renji said softly and nodded. Second mansion master? I wonder what he's suppressing in the 18th level of the Earthfire Purgatory. Jiang Chen glanced at the second mansion master. The second mansion master also looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Get out of here quickly. The second mansion master showed his cold and domineering side. However, Jiang Chen frowned and his face turned ugly. An Emperor Realm expert's aura was inviolable. When Jiang Chen looked at him fearlessly, the anger in the second mansion master's heart surged. With just a single glance, Jiang Chen felt like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. This guy was just too strong. Second mansion master, please calm down. I'll bring him out of here. Qian Renji pulled Jiang Chen and quickly left the Spectre Valley. Second mansion master, it's rare for you to be so emotional. He's just a divine king realm disciple. Why are you so angry? Lord Lin laughed. I don't like the look in his eyes. Such a person is definitely rebellious. If it wasn't for Master Ji, I might have already killed him. The second mansion master said coldly. The aura of an Emperor Realm expert, controlling the universe, wielding great power, wanting to kill. In front of the Valley of Spirits, Jiang Chen looked back, and it was as if he had traveled back in time. What he saw was the Second Lord's murderous gaze. One day, I'll make you submit to me. Jiang Chen said lung lung. Qian Renji frowned and said in a deep voice. Don't talk nonsense. The second mansion master is a powerful Emperor Realm expert. Even among the peerless geniuses of the Tongxian mansion, how many of them could surpass the mansion master? Don't talk nonsense. You'll get yourself into trouble. Jiang Chen understood that Qian Renji's warning was a kind one. However, he couldn't ignore the second master's eyes that were filled with killing intent. This kind of person was always jealous of others. He couldn't even look into their eyes. All right, Master Ji. Do you know what the reward for this ranking battle is? If there's nothing good, I won't fight for it. Jiang Chen looked at Qian Renji. You're smart. You know how to ask me. Qian Renji said with a smile. She was graceful and elegant. It's a medicinal herb, an extremely powerful one. Even us teachers are envious of it. However, it's Lord Lin's decision. What kind of herb? Purple magical taro. It can be used to increase one's soul realm. Qian Renji said. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. To think that he was able to obtain the purple devil taro in the Profound Connection Divine Palace, it was truly a great fortune. Jiang Chen was confident that he could concoct the 9 Supreme Divine Bone Elixir after obtaining the purple magical taro. However, he dared not say that the success rate was 100%. After all, although the 9 Supreme Divine Bone Elixir was a peak immortal grade elixir, it was extremely close to a divine grade elixir. Chapter 2963. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you, Teacher Ji. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. Even Qian Renji could see that this guy was really happy. Don't be arrogant and conceited. There are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the outer palace. Although I know that it's impossible for you to only have this little ability on the surface, it's precisely because of this that you need to be more cautious. There's always someone stronger than you. You're a genius, but others aren't cowards either. The battle between monstrous geniuses is often just a difference of a single thought. None of the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace are easy to deal with. Qian Renji said in a low voice, pouring a bucket of cold water on Jiang Chen. She also wanted him to concentrate on cultivation and avoid arrogance and rashness. I've learned a lot, Teacher Ji. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Qian Renji and started to prepare for the ranking tournament. He was determined to get the purple fragrance konjac. This time, Jiang Chen directly entered the Zulong Tower and started to forge frantically. The corpse of the fire mastiff beast came in handy at this moment. This time, Jiang Chen wanted to forge 108 heavenly god tools. If these 108 heavenly god tools were forged into primordial divine tools, Jiang Chen couldn't imagine how terrifying the little Ashura sword formation would be. But how could it be that easy to forge a primordial divine tool? Even with the primordial divine tool as a supplement, adding the corpse of the fire mastiff beast, wanting to forge 108 primordial divine tools as soon as possible was harder than reaching the sky. I'll take it one step at a time. I'll forge as many as I can. Jiang Chen didn't plan to forge all 108 heavenly god tools into primordial divine tools. It would take tens or even hundreds of years. Even if the Zulong Tower slowed down the flow of time by tens of times, it was still not something that could be completed in a day. Jiang Chen was neither arrogant nor rash. He was extremely serious about each heavenly god tool. With the addition of the corpse of the fire mastiff beast, forging heavenly god tools into primordial divine tools was difficult, but it wasn't too difficult for Jiang Chen. It was just that it would take a lot more time because the heavenly god tools had reached their peak in Jiang Chen's hands. Without the addition of any other rare ores and metals, it would be difficult to improve. Otherwise, if he forcefully increased the rank of the heavenly god tools, those heavenly god tools that had reached perfection would be completely useless. Jiang Chen was careful. Under the refinement of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, the corpse of the fire mastiff beast gradually melted and was refined into a heavenly god tool. For more than half a year, Jiang Chen spent all of his time in the Zulong Tower. In this half a year, he had completely transformed 36 heavenly god tools into primordial divine tools. They were extremely terrifying. Even so, 36 primordial divine tools and 72 heavenly god tools. Once they were gathered together to form the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation, it would be extremely terrifying. In the ranking battle, Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp and dazzling. His domineering aura was frightening. First in the outer mansion, if not me, then who else? Purple fragrant konjac. I must get it. The martial arts field of the outer mansion of Tongxian Mansion was already filled with humans at this moment. There were more than 4,000 people. More than 4,000 Divine King experts. That kind of formation could be seen. No matter which force it was, they would feel their scalp tingling when they saw these Divine King geniuses. This was also the power of a true great force. Although the Lihuan sect was powerful and they could stand around the blissful city, it was already extremely terrifying to have dozens of Divine King experts. However, compared to Tongxian Mansion, it was still like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Ranking battle. Ha! I heard that the top 100 will be rewarded. This time's ranking battle is the biggest competition in the past 10,000 years. Yeah. Now, many experts are ready to make a move. Those who have been cultivating in the dark are waiting for this moment to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion are obviously the most popular to win this time. However, I heard that one of the 3 dragon heads, Yu Chenglong, has withdrawn from this ranking battle. It's such a pity. That's right. However, I think those dark horses who have been accumulating their strength will not disappoint us. Ha! Although the entire martial arts practice square was filled with people, not everyone was participating in the ranking tournament this time. There were a total of over 2,000 people who had signed up, more than half of them. Some of them felt that their strength was not enough, or they were still in the midst of training, accumulating strength, and accumulating strength. There were also quite a few of them. Among the freshmen, there were many who had signed up for this ranking battle. Feng Yidao, Wang Cheng, Dong Huang Tai A Lu Dong, all of them had joined this ranking battle. Even Yan Qingqing was there. When Jiang Chen saw Yan Qingqing again, he could not calm himself down. However, Jiang Chen had another thought in his mind. His soul detachment technique might be able to wake Yan Qingqing up. Jiang Chen was extremely excited when he thought about this. However, it was impossible for her to listen to him obediently. He hoped that she could meet him in this ranking battle. At that time, Jiang Chen hoped that he could use the soul detachment technique to wake her up. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu appeared beside Jiang Chen. Bai Ying's strength had improved again. It's been a long time. To think that you've killed the Jiang brothers. Looks like I'm not your match now. Bai Ying said with a smile. I was just lucky. Brother Bai, I hope that we won't meet too soon. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Brother Bai's target is the top 50 this time. My target is the top 100. Jiang Chen, what's your target? Gu Maolu looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. First, Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu exchanged a glance with each other. Both of them were slightly startled. Although they knew that Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, and he was able to kill the Jiang brothers. He definitely had the strength to be in the top 50 of the outer prefecture. Even if it wasn't the 3 dragon heads of the outer palace, there were still some dark horses that wanted to show off their strength. The first place in the outer palace was not that easy to obtain. Brother Yu has given up on this ranking battle. The people you need to be careful of are Xiao Qinglong and Chenlong, Bai Ying said with a serious expression. Who said that I'm not participating? A haughty laughter was heard. It was Yu Chenglong who appeared beside Jiang Chen and the others. Brother Yu, have you changed your mind? Bai Ying said with surprise. Yu Chenglong nodded and glanced at Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen's target was also the first place. However, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he might not be a match for the 3 dragon heads. However, his courage was commendable. The prize for the first place is the purple aromatic konjac. It will be extremely beneficial to Sister Zhu's body. That's my target. Looks like we're going to be opponents, Brother Yu. Jiang Chen said with a smile. You want the purple aromatic konjac too? Do your best. I hope you can enter the top 10 in the final battle. Yu Chenglong did not say much. He nodded and said to Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha, that's beautiful. My target is the top 100. 10,000 heavenly fire crystals is also a great fortune. Brother Bai, if you can enter the top 50, 30,000 heavenly fire crystals will be a piece of cake. Chapter 2964. I hope I don't bump into you, Brother Jiang. Wang Cheng looked at Jiang Chen and the others with a bitter smile. None of them were easy to deal with. He felt lucky that he didn't bump into them in the first round, or else he would have been eliminated. We're just trying our luck. Do you think that the freshmen can enter the top 100? Do you think 10,000 heavenly fire crystals is that easy to obtain? Feng Yidao curled his lips. Wang Cheng's ambition wasn't small. He only wanted to treat this as a form of training. After all, it wasn't easy to stand out amongst thousands of geniuses. The others had cultivated for over 100,000 years. How many days had he cultivated? They were already at a disadvantage in terms of foundation. To him, the most important thing was to participate in the tournament. Lu Dong, Dong Huang Tai A and Zi Shi were the same. The most important thing was to participate in the tournament. Whether they could get a good name or not would depend on their luck. Lord Lin is here. A voice resounded through the sky. Lord Lin stepped through the air and floated in the void. His expression was calm and kind as he said with a faint smile, I'm not afraid of you all. Every outer palace disciple has the chance to participate in the tournament. The reward for first place is the purple fragrance konjac. It's a supreme grade spiritual herb that can help in raising one's soul realm. Second place received 200,000 skyfire crystals. Third place 150,000 skyfire crystals. Fourth place 120,000 skyfire crystals. Fifth place 120,000 skyfire crystals. Sixth place 80,000 skyfire crystals. Seventh place 70,000 skyfire crystals. Eighth place 60,000 skyfire crystals. Ninth place 50,000 skyfire crystals, and 10th place 40,000 skyfire crystals. Everyone knows that the heavenly fire crystals are the best currency in our Tongxian mansion. The longer one cultivates in the 4 great cultivation grounds, the more insights one could gain, and the faster one could improve. The ranking tournament that happens once every 10,000 years is upon us. I hope that you guys won't disappoint me. Lord Lin's words made the thousands of disciples extremely excited. Purple fragrance konjac. 200,000 heavenly fire crystals. This was a huge amount of wealth. Heavens! It's actually 200,000 heaven flame crystals. This is crazy. Amo Kahan and the others shook their heads and sighed in their hearts. They did not want to participate in the ranking battle as they were new students. Feng Yidao, Wang Cheng, Dong Huang Tai, Lu Dong and the others were just trying their luck. Although they were confident in their strength, it was not easy to stand out among the thousands of monstrous geniuses. The only thing they could do now was to cultivate quietly. I must get the purple fragrance konjac. Yu Chenglong said in a deep voice, his eyes burning. Hee, Yu Chenglong, you finally come. However, if you want the purple aromatic konjac, perhaps you'll have to go through me first. Xiao Qinglong held a folding fan in his hand as he slowly walked over with light steps. His calm demeanor was extremely annoying. However, aside from Jiang Chen and Yu Chenglong, everyone else's expressions remained unchanged. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow.
One of the three heads of the outer palace definitely did not have an undeserved reputation.
I hope you won't be eliminated early, Yu Chenglong said in a deep voice. You don't have to worry about this. Boy, don't ever meet me. Otherwise, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Xiao Qinglong's gaze was like an arrow as he looked at Jiang Chen. He must take revenge for the Jiang brothers with his own hands. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in Tongxian Mansion in the future? If you're lucky enough to meet me, I hope you'll still be this happy. Jiang Chen said faintly. Ha ha ha, arrogant and conceited. I like this kind of person. Trampling on geniuses. I like it the most. Xiao Qinglong was extremely confident. He flicked his sleeves and left. The ranking battle was just around the corner. There are a total of 2,348 people participating in the ranking battle. 10 people to a group. A total of 235 people will advance. 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 10 people will advance. These 10 people will advance to the top 10. Remember, in a life and death battle, death and injuries are unavoidable. Those who surrender will be spared from death. Those who break the rules will be severely punished. Lord Lin smiled as he spoke. His eyes were filled with hope. There would always be geniuses appearing in every generation. What he felt most gratified about was that he had witnessed geniuses fighting for supremacy, heroes rising up together. Finally, there would be someone who could step into the clouds and soar into the sky. Teacher Ji, arrange for them to draw lots. Lord Lin said with a smile as he hid above the clouds. Qian Renji held 1,000 bamboo lots and scattered them in the air. 235 people, each marked on the martial arts field. I hope you won't let Lord Lin down. As soon as Qian Renji's voice faded, 2,000 people took their bamboo lots. 10 people to a group. It would definitely be a terrifying elimination competition. 90% of the participants would be eliminated in an instant. This was the cruelty of the battle between geniuses. Jiang Chen held the bamboo lot and walked to the martial arts field. 172 people. Jiang Chen didn't know any of the 10 people. However, they were all late Divine King experts. 2 of them were even on the verge of breaking through. Step down now. You still have a chance to cultivate. A tall and mighty man said coldly. He looked at Jiang Chen and the others with disdain. You're too arrogant and conceited. You want the 9 of us to kneel and beg for mercy by yourself? You're daydreaming. 10 people to a group was the cruelest elimination competition. It was 1 against 9. It was not only a test of strength, but also a test of meticulousness. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. He did not show any mercy when the other 9 people attacked him. Each of his attacks was ruthless and ruthless. Each of his punches was able to send one of them flying. The 9 late Divine King experts were sent out of the arena by Jiang Chen in a split second. This scene attracted many people's attention. Jiang Chen's strength was undeniable. It was difficult for the 9 of them to deal with a single person. Jiang Chen is still Jiang Chen. He's the pride of our Lone Dragon County. Luo Ping said with a deep voice. His face was filled with joy. Although there was a huge gap between him and Jiang Chen's rise had made them feel proud. After all, it was good to have a strong backing. Otherwise, they would be bullied miserably by Qin Feng without daring to resist. Nobody in the Lone Dragon County wanted to live like that anymore. Among the freshmen, Wang Cheng, Feng Yidao, Dong Huang Tai A, Lu Dong and Zishi were defeated. Nobody advanced to the next round. Only Jiang Chen advanced to the next round. He's indeed the pride of us freshmen. Brother Jiang is indeed powerful. Isn't that obvious? Ha ha. Brother Jiang could kill the Jiang brothers. That's enough to prove his strength. The Jiang brothers are existences who are able to enter the top 50 in the Outer Palace. They are not ordinary people. Now that Jiang Chen's strength has become more and more stable, and he has a deep foundation, at least if nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to secure the top 50 and fight for the top 10. It's amazing to be able to reach this realm among the freshmen. Who said that freshmen can't get a good ranking in the ranking competition? Ha! Those who have cultivated for 100,000 years,
200,000 years or even 300,000 years might not be better than Jiang Chen.
What's a genius? That's a genius. Chapter 2965. As expected, Yu Chenglong advanced and Gu Maolu made it into the top 200. However, the most surprising thing was that Bai Ying was defeated. It's my bad luck to meet a strong opponent from the past. Bai Ying shook his head with a bitter smile. He could only blame the poor grouping. Bai Ying, who originally had the chance to make it into the top 50, was eliminated in the first round. In the second round, Jiang Chen did not feel any pressure at all. Gu Maolu followed closely behind him and both of them made it into the top 100. In the third round, Gu Maolu was defeated, but he still had the chance to make it into the top 100. He just needed to fight another battle. In the fourth round, Jiang Chen's opponent became stronger. He was a peak late divine king, not any weaker than the Jiang brothers. "You're a freshman?" The man who was fighting Jiang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice. "You know me?" Jiang Chen was slightly surprised. "You're actually indifferent to me, the Thunderbolt Hand Xueqi. In other words, you don't even know of my existence. There's only one explanation. You're a freshman." Xueqi sneered. "I'm ranked 66th on the heaven ranking. I'm the Thunderbolt Hand Xueqi. "I don't know you." Jiang Chen shook his head. Xueqi's expression became uglier and uglier. "This guy doesn't give me any face at all. Being ranked 66th on the heaven ranking, that's a powerful existence. Even Yu Chenglong is only 20 to 30 places behind him. You're just a freshman. Do you think you can do whatever you want after winning a few rounds? I'll teach you a lesson today. I hope you won't say the word surrender in front of me." Xueqi said with a deep voice. How many of the top 100 on the heaven ranking were easy to deal with? If he didn't teach Bai Ying a lesson today, what would happen to his reputation as the Thunderbolt Hand? "I'm afraid Jiang Chen's next round won't be easy," Bai Ying said. "That's right. The Thunderbolt Hand Xueqi. This person is even more ruthless than the Jiang brothers. I hope that Jiang Chen can hold on. If he really can't hold on, then he can only settle for the next best thing. As long as there's life, there's hope." Gu Maolu also had a grave expression on his face. Although Jiang Chen had killed the Jiang brothers, there were many people more powerful than the Jiang brothers. In the outer sect, there were many people who liked to cultivate in seclusion, and although some of them might not be able to enter the heaven ascension rankings, their strength wasn't weak at all. Given Xueqi's strength, I will need to defeat him within 50 moves at the very least. Yu Chenglong said indifferently. Obviously, he had an extremely high evaluation of Xueqi. How could he be an ordinary person if he could make Yu Chenglong treat him like this? It's not that easy to enter the top 10. Many experts chose to avoid it, hoping to shock the world with a single feat among the people I faced before. There were a few whose strength was inferior to Jiang Tian. Yu Chenglong shook his head. With so many experts gathered, it was fine if they didn't make a move, but they would shock the world with a single feat. Many geniuses understood the Tao of forbearance, and unless they had no other choice, they would not make a move. The rewards this time around were extremely generous, and it had also attracted many geniuses to come out of seclusion. "Make your move," Jiang Chen calmly said, completely not putting Xueqi in his eyes. Arrogant and conceited junior. "In today's battle, I, the Thunderbolt Hand Xueqi, will definitely take your dog life." Xueqi roared in rage. He was already used to the feeling of being high and mighty. Now that he was being slighted by a freshman, one could very well imagine the rage in his heart. "Noisy." Jiang Chen's brows were tightly furrowed. He took a step forward, and lightning coiled around him. The wind and clouds rose, and his aura was like that of a dragon. As Jiang Chen's fists and palms moved about, the wind howled and the waves of qi surged, giving Xueqi an extremely great pressure. "Come at me." Xueqi's eyes lit up, and he shouted with a deep voice. Wielding the 9 qi mountain-splitting blade, his long beard swayed like the wind, and his long blade was like a rainbow, cutting off Jiang Chen's path of retreat. Jiang Chen's methods were extraordinary. At this moment, no one had thought that he would fight Xueqi bare-handed without even taking out a god artifact. Isn't Jiang Chen a little too arrogant? Yu Chenglong frowned. Xueqi was not some nobody. For Jiang Chen to treat him like this, did he really have the ability? Or was he too full of himself? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen advanced by retreating. The wind from his palm swept out, and the force of his fist forced Cui Yan back. An inch shorter meant an inch of danger, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, Cui Yan's fist was even more terrifying than any treasured weapon. Neon seizing the moon. Cui Yan brandished his long blade in an imposing manner. Qi waves rolled out from the place where his long blade was pointing. The momentum of his blade was ferocious, not giving Jiang Chen any chance to retreat at all. With this breath, Cui Yan's blade light disappeared without a trace. Many people were looking at this scene. After all, Cui Yan's reputation was quite high. Although he might not be able to enter the top 10 in the outer sect, he could easily enter the top 20. Jiang Chen has lost. Yu Chenglong shook his head, because Cui Yan's force of his blade had already appeared. It was as violent as a dragon, and its momentum could devour the mountains and rivers. It was invincible. Once this blade slashed out, the world would change color. Cui Yan's strength is too terrifying. Yeah, the name of the thunderclap hand is not for nothing. If this guy takes this blade head-on, he might be heavily injured, or even die. Some people could not help but worry for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Gu Maolu gritted his teeth. Was this guy really going to lose? If he really lost, it would not be a shameful thing, but if he died, it would be too much of a waste. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen's expression was calm, without the slightest hint of fear. He stretched out his hand, and the blade light in his hand pierced through the wood. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, and the golden blade light almost instantly distorted. The 9 feet sharp blade shattered inch by inch, and splashed everywhere, causing a burst of exclamations. Jiang Chen's expression was dark and calm. He turned his palm into a fist, and directly pierced through the void. Cui Yan was completely dumbfounded. His strongest blade was easily neutralized by Jiang Chen. Even his 9 feet sharp blade, a primordial spirit weapon, was completely shattered by Jiang Chen. How hard was his fist? How strong was it? Cui Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Jiang Chen's fist landed 0.01 centimeters in front of him, and instantly stopped. However, Cui Yan's expression had already changed completely. Sweat poured down like rain, and the god of death flashed in front of him in an instant. I've lost. Cui Yan found it hard to believe, but he was very clear that this fist of Jiang Chen could definitely take his life. However, Jiang Chen actually stopped, and retracted it freely. Other than being strong and fierce, his control over his strength was also shocking. Thank you. Cui Yan's face was flushed, but it was not because of anger, but because of rejoicing. It was a fear that lingered in his heart. Jiang Chen's strength was too terrifying, and he was definitely not his opponent. Moreover, it was as if he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, and he had no strength to resist. This time, it could be said that he had suffered a double loss, and even his primordial spirit weapon was destroyed by Jiang Chen. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that Jiang Chen showed mercy and let him go, and his little life was saved. Cultivation is not easy. Take care. Chapter 2966. Jiang Chen had defeated the Thunderbolt Hand Cui Yan with lightning speed. At this moment, he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Although he had only entered the top 30, he had defeated the Thunderbolt Hand Cui Yan. His strength had been recognized by everyone. It wasn't easy for a freshman to reach such a level. I have misjudged. He will definitely be in the top 10. Yu Chenglong said quietly. It seemed that he could not underestimate Jiang Chen. This guy already had the strength to challenge the older students. The defeat of Cui Yan had caused many people to notice Jiang Chen's existence. Interesting. But this will be more exciting. Jiang Chen, I hope you will not disappoint me. Xiao Qinglong said with a smile. He seemed to be quite excited. If Jiang Chen's strength was too weak, he would not be so interested. Bai Ying and Gu Maolu also inhaled a breath of cold air. A moment ago, they were still worried about Jiang Chen. In the next second, he had turned defeat into victory. The thrilling battle made them incomparably excited. Good job, Jiang Chen. Gu Maolu could only cheer for Jiang Chen now. After all, he had already been eliminated. The elimination of the top 30 was the cruelest. The battle between the 3 of them was a psychological battle, but it was also a battle of strength. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was because one of the people he had met in the elimination battle was Yan Qingqing. Ching, let's fight together.
How about it? Between you and me we can decide.
Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and said. Yan Qingqing's expression was calm. She glanced at Jiang Chen and silently nodded, agreeing to Jiang Chen's suggestion.
I am not your match.
The other person glanced at Jiang Chen, shook his head and took the initiative to give up. His strength was not as good as Cui Yan's. He was lucky enough to enter the top 30. If this battle continued and the opponent did not hold back, he would definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Although Jiang Chen was only a freshman, the battle just now had undoubtedly become the focus of the entire crowd.
Thank you.
Jiang Chen smiled kindly and turned his gaze to Yan Qingqing. Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to send you off? Yan Qingqing Lung said. The one who should be saying this should be me, right? I don't know who you are, but Yan Qingqing is my woman. Since you dared to treat her like this, I already wanted to take action. Unfortunately, I never had the chance to do so. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingqing and said, Old lover, you are truly loyal.
However, I've already fused together with her.
If you have the ability, kill me. If that's the case, your Qingqing is destined to vanish into thin air. Yan Qingqing smiled devilishly. Her eyes were filled with contempt. You asked for it. The smile on Jiang Chen's face grew brighter. Life and death, possession, all depended on this moment. It was time for the soul-snatching divine art to be put to use. Kill me. Hurry up and kill me if you have the ability. Yan Qingqing's smile became more charming and feminine. The devilishly glint in her eyes made Jiang Chen's heart ache. He didn't know what would happen under the soul-snatching divine art. However, he would protect Qingqing at all costs. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he wouldn't hesitate. Soul-snatching divine art. Soul-snatching soul. Jiang Chen's soul penetrated through the soul-snatching divine art. The soul-snatching divine art made Yan Qingqing defenseless. In an instant, Jiang Chen's soul-snatching soul invaded her soul. The dreadful might of the soul-snatching soul instantly exposed the guy that had invaded Yan Qingqing's soul. Under Jiang Chen's pressure, the guy revealed his true form. Why were you? This is impossible. Yan Qingqing's eyes were still filled with disbelief. However, her soul was already under Jiang Chen's control. How could the soul-snatching soul appear in a late divine king's body? This was simply unheard of. All his hard work was going to go down the drain at this moment. The two of them stared at each other silently. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the two of them were playing some new tricks? Nothing is impossible. Tell me, who are you? Jiang Chen entered Yan Qingqing's soul. He was holding a ball of dense black qi in his hand. That was the intruder's soul remembrance. Initially, I thought that Princess Du Wan had eliminated you. I didn't expect you to make a comeback. You caused me and Qingqing to meet, but I couldn't recognize each other. Who are you? What's your motive? If you don't tell me, I will make your soul scatter. Jiang Chen hated that ball of black soul remembrance to the bone. He had eliminated Yan Qingqing's soul completely. So what? I admit defeat today. Brat, don't let me find you in the future. Otherwise, I will crush your bones and scatter your ashes. Jiang Chen, I will remember you. The ball of black soul remembrance sneered and ignored Jiang Chen's threat. Really? This is your true soul remembrance. Even if I can't kill you, I can still severely injure your soul. Brat, how dare you? The black soul remembrance roared furiously. Great you soul-forming light. I don't know if you have heard of it. I will refine your soul remembrance completely. If that happens, your body will suffer great damage. Jiang Chen said word by word. Great you soul-forming light? That thing is still here? Let me go. Otherwise, you will regret it. No, don't. The black soul remembrance begged. Jiang Chen could feel its fear. However, it had tortured Yan Qingqing for so long. They could not recognize each other. How could Jiang Chen let it go? Begging now? It's useless. Great you soul-forming light. Ignite his soul. Jiang Chen shouted furiously. The great you soul-forming light shrouded the black soul remembrance. The black soul remembrance begged for mercy. Under Jiang Chen's refinement, the soul remembrance finally turned into ashes. Central Region Divine Land. In a dark hall with a swastika symbol, a black-robed man with a pale face spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body was weak and his breathing was rapid. Jiang Chen. Damn you, Jiang Chen. One day, I will crush your bones and scatter them into ashes. Great you soul-forming light. I must get it. The black-robed man clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were as bright as obsidian, as sharp as a blade. The man's anger made the two hierarch realm guards shiver in fear. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Both of them still stood there without moving an inch. Yan Qingqing's eyes were tightly closed. Jiang Chen looked at her. She was as pure as jade. Her eyes were as beautiful as flowers. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple a city. When Yan Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, her long eyelashes blinked. Yan Qingqing's expression had completely changed. She was like a completely different person from before. The original coldness was replaced by gentleness. She could no longer hold back her tears as they rolled down her cheeks. Yan Qingqing threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. She was sobbing uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Qingqing. I made you suffer. Chapter 2967. This. Is this a fucking ranking tournament or a public display of affection? This guy has actually conquered the goddess in his mind. He is indeed not simple. No wonder. This newborn goddess is not only powerful, she is also beautiful. God knows how many people are yearning for her. This time, this guy will definitely become the public enemy of all the geniuses in Tongxian Mansion. Many people were blaming Jiang Chen. No one had expected that Jiang Chen and Yan Qingqing would actually hug each other at this moment. Only those who had gone through trials and tribulations with Jiang Chen knew that the two of them had already pledged their hearts to each other. If it wasn't because of various reasons that prevented them from getting together, the two of them would have already become a couple. Little Chenzi, I'm so scared. I'm so scared that I won't be able to see you again. Yan Qingqing's beautiful face was covered in tears. She bit her red lips tightly and was emotionally moved. Silly girl, how can that be? I won't allow anyone to snatch you away from me. Jiang Chen hugged Yan Qingqing tightly. The guilt he felt towards Yan Qingqing made Jiang Chen swear to treat her well in the future. When my soul was suppressed in the dark corner, I thought I was going to die. I thought I won't be able to see you again. Little Chenzi, promise me, from now on, no matter what happens, don't ever leave me, okay? Yan Qingqing had been unwilling to let go of Jiang Chen, because she was afraid that this was just a dream. The moment she let go of him, Jiang Chen would disappear from her eyes and vanish into thin air. Jiang Chen nodded silently and agreed. Let go of me first. So many people are watching us. Yan Qingqing's face turned scarlet and said awkwardly. At this moment, the two of them had undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. They originally thought that it would be a battle of swords and blades, but who would have thought that it would be a romantic affair? In the end, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. This ending had caught them unprepared. What is love in the world? It's called living and dying together. Some people silently sighed. Jiang Chen was really a great fortune. He was so blessed that he was able to gain the favor of the goddess. Moreover, in the process of advancing from 30 to 10, Jiang Chen actually entered the top 10 in such a dramatic manner. It had to be said that in the eyes of those who were observant, Jiang Chen entering the top 10 was indeed too lucky. In the battle between the three of them, one of them took the initiative to withdraw, and the remaining one actually threw herself into his arms. Wasn't his luck a little too off the charts? Both on the battlefield and in love, Jiang Chen was envious. At the very least, Jiang Chen had entered the top 10. There was no doubt that he would get tens of thousands of heavenly flame crystals. However, what Jiang Chen really cared about wasn't the heavenly flame crystal. It might be important to others, but it wasn't of much use to him. After all, the speed at which he condensed the heavenly flame crystal was unparalleled. TSK, this guy must be lucky, right? He actually entered the top 10. That's too ridiculous. Anyway, I don't believe that he can advance further. This guy's luck is really too good. How could such a beautiful woman fall for him? Alas, it's a pity that I didn't meet her earlier. Many people sneered at Jiang Chen. They thought that Jiang Chen didn't have the qualifications to enter the top 10 and that he was completely lucky in the last round. However, not everyone in the top 10 could laugh proudly at the masses. If one wanted to establish a foothold in the top 10, it was impossible to do so without absolute strength. However, there were naturally people who believed it. The people of the Lone Dragon County were incomparably convinced of Jiang Chen. Now, among the freshmen, Wang Cheng and Feng Yidao also gradually understood that Jiang Chen would undoubtedly be the leader of the freshmen. The two of them had good strength, but it was difficult for them to take on great responsibilities. This time, Jiang Chen had entered the top 10 of the outer residence ranking battle. His fame was naturally shocking, but how far he could go would depend on his luck. What's there to be unconvinced about? Luck is also a kind of strength. If you are capable, you should also rely on luck to enter the top 10. That's right. Jiang Chen relied on his own strength to enter the top 10. What right do you guys have to make irresponsible remarks? Saying that the grapes are sour when you can't eat it. What kind of genius are you? Really a group of arrogant guys. If you are unconvinced about the top 10 of the ranking battle, you can go and challenge Jiang Chen. Among the freshmen, there were many who stood up for Jiang Chen. After all, he was the pride of the freshmen and the only one who had entered the top 10. Now that the top 10 experts were all ready, they would definitely witness the rise of more people in this battle. Little Chenzi, this time's ranking battle, what rank can you get? Yan Qingqing smiled like a flower. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. She opened her red lips and said while covering her mouth. First. Jiang Chen said without any trace of politeness. He, I still like your confident look. The first rank will definitely belong to you. Yan Qingqing gave a trusting look to Jiang Chen. Other than Yan Qingqing, almost no one believed that Jiang Chen would be able to get the first rank. However, Yan Qingqing's unconditional trust towards Jiang Chen also made people envious and jealous. Such a beautiful and obedient girl. How did Jiang Chen find such a beautiful girl? Xiao Qinglong sneered at Jiang Chen and said sarcastically, stumbling into the top 10. Stumbling into the top 10? Looks like your dogshit luck is pretty good. Looks like I really have to teach you a good lesson. It's still too early to say these words. It's not too late to say it after you've crushed my body. However, I'm afraid you won't have this chance because you'll definitely be beaten into a pig's head by me. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and stood there confidently. Now that Yan Qingqing had regained her freedom and that nameless soul had been expelled from her body, Jiang Chen was in a good mood. This battle was going smoothly and smoothly. Jiang Chen, I didn't expect that I've misjudged you. There are no ordinary people in the top 10. Don't be careless. However, if I meet you, I won't show any mercy. Yu Chenglong said. Jiang Chen dismissed it with a smile. The 10 of them were now in position. This battle was the battle of the strongest in the Outer Palace. The one who could become the number one in the Outer Palace depended on today. When the tiger is away, the monkey is king. Yu Chenglong, Xiao Qinglong, have the two of you forgotten my existence? Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in everyone's ears. A long-haired young man in black armor laughed boorishly. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised. He had a loose stubble and an unruly smile. He didn't care about his appearance, but his aura was like that of a dragon. Chenlong. Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong clenched their teeth and said at the same time. Although this guy was one of the 3 dragon heads of the Outer Palace, Chenlong's strength was obviously stronger than Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong. This also made Chenlong to be the dragon head of the Outer Palace. If one wanted to enter the inner sect, they would first have to pass through Chenlong. Chenlong? I don't care what kind of dragon you are. No one can stop me from getting what I want. Even the 9 Heavens Dragon Emperor is no exception. Chapter 2968. The top 10 of the ranking battle has already been decided. Now, it's time for the final battle. 2 against 1. The loser will be eliminated. Don't complain about the unfairness of the world. Luck is also a part of strength. Qian Rinji Lunglung said. Her voice could be heard from 1,000 li away. She was as cold as frost, looking down at the sky. Most people were afraid of this cold and arrogant female mentor. After all, Qian Renji's strength made them feel extremely pressured. I hope you won't draw me. Xiao Qinglong Lenglung looked at Jiang Chen. In the final battle, he would definitely give this guy a head-on blow. As for the word surrender, he would never let him say it. Your good days are coming to an end, Jiang Chen said faintly. This guy seemed to want to kill him. However, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to kill Xiao Qinglong. This battle would definitely be a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen, Xiao Qinglong, Yu Chenglong and Qianlong did not draw the same group. All four of them advanced to the next round. There was another person who could not be underestimated. He was a senior student who entered Tongxian Mansion earlier than Yu Chenglong. He was also at the peak of Divine King Realm. This guy is not simple. If you meet him, you must be careful. Back then, I had exchanged blows with him and we were evenly matched. However, that person disappeared without a trace and I never heard anything about him again. After so many years, it is likely that he has been quietly training. From the looks of it now, it is indeed true. Yu Chenglong said to Jiang Chen. Thank you for reminding me. Jiang Chen looked at the skinny white-clothed young man. His strength was so strong that no one dared to underestimate him. He was also the most dazzling star in the ranking battle. Even more dazzling than Jiang Chen. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, and this was vividly displayed by him. Among the five of you, one of you will be selected to participate in the final battle. Qian Renji's words startled everyone. Indeed, luck was also a part of strength. If they could get the qualification to enter the finals, wouldn't it mean that they would get 200,000 heaven fire crystals? No one objected because everyone wanted to be the one to enter the finals. In the end, Qianlong obtained the lot, but no one objected.
The people of the Outer Palace also understood that with Qianlong's strength, he indeed had the qualifications to contend for first place. Although the three heads of the Outer Palace had not fought for many years, there was no doubt that Qianlong had obtained first place. With regards to Qianlong obtaining the opportunity to enter the finals, all four of them chose to tacitly accept it. In the end, only the four of them were left to fight. Jiang Chen drew the dark horse that had overcome all the obstacles along the way, while Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong drew the same opponent. Yu Chenglong, it looks like we'll have to decide who's stronger this time around. Xiao Qinglong sneered. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. I'm determined to get the purple fragrance konjac. Yu Chenglong said proudly. It's easy for you to say. I'm afraid you'll suffer in this battle. You still want to enter the finals? You're dreaming. Xiao Qinglong's face was filled with gentleness. Since he had encountered Yu Chenglong first, he would kill him first before dealing with Jiang Chen. I've been waiting for this battle for a long time. Yu Chenglong said faintly. The crowd cheered. The battle between the three heads of the Outer Palace was a rare sight. The battle between the top geniuses would definitely be intense. Ha ha ha, I've long wanted to see who's stronger among the three heads of the Outer Palace. Yeah, the last time I saw the three heads of the Outer Palace fight was more than 30,000 years ago. Many people missed it. This time around, it'll definitely be more exciting. Although I didn't manage to enter the top 100, this time's ranking war made my blood boil. This time around, the two dark horses won't be outdone either. A devil appeared from the freshmen and an unknown fellow appeared from the older students. It'll definitely be exceptionally exciting. Although it might not be as interesting as the battle between the two heads, they're definitely top experts. How can they be cowards if they're able to enter the top 5? The battle between Xiao Qinglong and Yu Chenglong had caused mountains and seas to roar. Countless Outer Palace disciples were cheering loudly. Following wave after wave, Yu Chenglong and Xiao Qinglong were pushed to the heart of the struggle. This battle would definitely be an all-out battle between the two of them. In comparison, the battle between Jiang Chen and the dark horse of the older students was insignificant. Very few people paid attention to them. After all, the two of them were too inferior in terms of reputation. However, there was no need to doubt their strength. It's him. I've seen him before. Back then, he fought against Brother Yu and they were evenly matched. However, he disappeared without a trace in the end. This fella must not be underestimated. Bai Ying frowned and said in a deep voice. Really? To be able to fight against Brother Yu, he's definitely not an ordinary person. Gu Maolu nodded. But that was something that happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. However, I believe that he must be aiming for first place this time when he came out of closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, such a patient person would definitely not easily reveal himself unless his strength had reached a level that could shock everyone. People who can endure loneliness and endure trials are the most frightening people. I'm sure that this person's strength is not any weaker than the three heads of the Outer Palace. Bai Ying continued. Then, isn't Brother Jiang in a dangerous situation? Amo Kihan said. Not necessarily. Jiang Chen's strength is not to be underestimated. Although he's a freshman, don't forget,
Has Jiang Chen really lost before? Dong Huang Tai said faintly. His words made everyone reflect. Has he really lost before? I don't think so. After thinking about it, they realized that Jiang Chen had never been defeated before. Qin Qinglang. The skinny youth said faintly. Jiang Chen. You're not my match. Qin Qinglang shook his head and said to Jiang Chen. Why do you say so? Jiang Chen smiled. I've observed you. You're really lucky to be able to enter the top 10. However, you're still a freshman. Your cultivation time is too short. A late divine king is not enough. I can even kill a half-step hierarch in front of me. Although your realm doesn't mean anything, you'll never be able to imagine my realm. Entering the top 5 means that you have a chance of survival. What do you think of the 3 heads of the outer palace? I only have one goal. The purple fragrant konjac. Qin Qinglang said confidently. Blind confidence. You're not bad either. Even if I relied on luck to get here, there should be a chance to challenge you, right? Chapter 2969. I'm giving you a chance now. Surrender. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. The 3 dragon heads of the outer palace are not easy to deal with. You might not have such a chance in their hands. Qin Qinglang snorted. I've been in seclusion for more than 180,000 years. My divine origin energy has reached its peak. Although I'm only at the peak of Divine King realm, I have the power of a half-step hierarch realm expert. I want that purple aromatic konjac to help me break through to the hierarch realm. To break through the shackles of the half-step hierarch realm. Qin Qinglang did not hide his strength at all. At this moment, Jiang Chen was quite shocked. This fella has great perseverance. He cultivated for 180,000 years. He wanted to make a name for himself. Moreover, he wanted to get the purple aromatic konjac to help him break through to the hierarch realm. This was what shocked Jiang Chen the most. This fella's strength seemed to have reached its peak. What he lacked was a breakthrough in his soul realm. As for the purple aromatic konjac, a spiritual herb that could greatly benefit the cultivation of one's soul, it naturally became the target of the 3 dragon heads and Qin Qinglang. As long as they get the purple aromatic konjac, the 4 of them would have the confidence to break through to the hierarch realm. Your chance is hard to come by. However, you should keep it for yourself. My goal is the same as yours. Whoever stops me from getting the purple aromatic konjac, I'll fight to my death. Jiang Chen said faintly. This Qin Qinglong's strength was not bad, but his tone was not small either. His target was the purple aromatic konjac. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen must defeat him in this battle. He hoped that Yu Chenglong could also defeat Shao Qinglong. Yan Qingqing silently looked at Jiang Chen, who was standing on the square. She felt extremely happy in her heart. So what if you guys don't like little Chenzi? In the end, he would have the last laugh. In her heart, Jiang Chen was the strongest existence. No one could compare to him. I've already said everything I need to say, but you're still so thick-headed. Looks like I can only widen your horizons. Swords and sabers are heartless, while fists and kicks are heartless. If I really kill you with a single move, don't beg for mercy. Humph. Qin Qinglang sneered. The curtains to the battle for the top 3 had begun. Yu Chenglong and Shao Qinglong had already begun their life and death battle. As one of the 3 dragon heads of the outer mansion, their battle could be said to be the focus of everyone's attention. Lord Lin looked at this scene and smiled. It's hard to say who will win between Yu Chenglong and Shao Qinglong. However, this new student is a little interesting. That Qin Qinglang is also very patient. He is well prepared and can take on great responsibilities. Master Ji, who do you think is better? Qian Renji's countenance slightly changed. She frowned. Of course, she hoped that Jiang Chen would be more powerful and stand out from the rest. However, Qin Qinglong's strength was not weaker than Yu Chenglong and the others. She was afraid that Qin Qinglang would be in danger in this battle. It would be enough if Jiang Chen could stay alive. It's hard to say, but I'm afraid Jiang Chen will stop here. Qian Renji said. I feel that this little guy might have something different. Not just anyone could enter the top 5. Chen Long and the others were within expectations, and Qin Qinglong's sudden rise as a dark horse was also within reason. Only this fellow was able to stand side by side with the outer palace's 3 dragon heads. I was looking forward to it. He even dares to look straight at the second mansion master. This kid has an unruly arrogance in his bones. He is willing to be cut into pieces and dare to pull down the emperor. Qian Renji did not expect Lord Lin to have such a high opinion of him. No matter what the result is, bring him along for the trip to the hidden treasure. It's also a training for him. This kid is not someone to be trifled with, Lord Lin said. Qian Renji was slightly shocked. However, his strength was only at the late Divine King realm. The weakest person in the trip to the hidden treasure was a half-step hierarch realm expert. They were all peerless experts of the inner mansion. It seemed that Lord Lin had a high opinion of him.
All right, Lord Lin, is that 9 nether void beast suppressed?
Qian Renji asked in a low voice. It's barely suppressed. However, Tongxian Mansion is in troubled times recently. Sigh, the Thundercloud Space and the Heaven Dragon Prison were shaken. I don't know when the Mansion Master will return. Lord Lin sighed and shook his head. His face was filled with helplessness. His strength had reached the late Hierarch realm, but his face was still filled with helplessness. One could see that the profound connection Divine Palace was facing a dire situation. I only hope that the second Mansion Master can refine that beast to solve the current crisis of Tongxian Mansion. The seal is getting looser and looser, but the Mansion Master has not returned yet. It's really a troubled time. However, it won't be a problem for the time being. Although it's impossible for the second Mansion Master, third Mansion Master, and us old fellows to completely seal it, suppressing the seal shouldn't be a problem. However, this isn't a long-term solution. What kind of beast is that? How could it be so terrifying? Qian Renji asked curiously. I can't say. Lord Lin's face suddenly became solemn. Qian Renji knew that she should not ask too many questions, so she kept her mouth shut. At this moment, the battle between Yu Chenglong and Shao Qinglong was getting more and more eye-catching. After all, it was the Battle of the Dragon's Head. Such a scene was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Every Outer Mansion disciple was thinking of watching carefully to see what would happen in the future. Yu Chenglong's strength was definitely not any weaker than Shao Qinglong. Moreover, his obsession for the purple fragrance konjac was extremely strong. He was determined to get it. A person's obsession was very strong. A trace of it could move mountains and fill the sea. It could even destroy the world. Sometimes, obsession was more terrifying than strength. Yu Chenglong had completely demonstrated this point. In this battle, he was not suppressed by Shao Qinglong at all. Instead, every move he made was ruthless, and he did not hold back when it came to taking Shao Qinglong's life. Shao Qinglong was also quite depressed. The strength of the two of them was almost the same. Moreover, he could see that Shao Qinglong had not made any progress in the past 100 years. However, the gap between them was not big. Yu Chenglong's obsession was too deep. He must get the purple fragrance konjac. You forced me to do this, Yu Chenglong. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Shao Qinglong roared angrily. He was continuously suppressed by Yu Chenglong. The intensity of the battle was dazzling, but it was indeed exciting enough. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.